Yo, what's up, Crocs? Thanks for the good look. Hello, Gecko. Oh, what's up, April? You're the best ever. It's true. Oh, first is the worst. To be fair, everyone knows second is the best. Hey, what's up, Zist? Woomy, how's it going, Onyx? Hello, not burger time. Why not? Oh, thank you, Redux. Hello, Simboit. Oh, thank you for the good luck, April. Hello, Zerba, Clock, Toonie. Saberot, thanks for the 6 bits. Is there something new for Breath of the Wild? No, not really. There's something new for Tears of the Kingdom, actually. But that is not the game I'm playing right now. Hello, Seller, Revenge, Andre. Dude, how's everyone doing? Wow, there's so many people saying hi. What's up, Bionic? Still at Stasis Slide. Okay, so I've like actually been going insane the last few days. And only last night did I finally go in and time like loads. So I downloaded my plat PB with Amiibo, your plat PB with Amiibo, and Trevor's plat PB with Amiibo. And I went and I checked. I cut out every single load, including world loads, shrine loads, just to see, what's the difference. Because, yesterday we did notice I was getting some pretty bad world loads on this slide. And yeah, I went and checked, and it turns out, so first what I did was I timed Stasis Slide specifically, and looking at my gold compared to your gold and Trevor's gold, if you cut out world loads, mine was actually faster from the step up to climbing the tree. It was like 18.6 compared to like 18.8. But with world loads, I had 4 seconds of world loads, where you guys both had, well, I think your gold had 1.6 seconds, and Trevor's gold had 2 seconds. So I lost like 2 to 2.5 seconds on world loads, which, world loads are potentially something you can work around, right? So Song had actually pointed out that, you take a wider path, right? I was doing the slide right by the stairs. And so for me, that was like, it's a straighter path, so less distance to travel, so maybe it's faster. Which, that's still something I need to look at. Also, like, looking up on the slide, you'd imagine, okay, world loads can be kind of reduced using, like, parts of gameplay, right? But then, at this point, I'm thinking, like, okay, I really need to just time everything. And so what I do is I take your plat PB, my plat PB, and Trevor's plat PB, and I compare them all. In DaVinci, I just cut out all the loads and see, for all of the slides, everything, is there a difference? Do I just get worse loads? And when I separated everything out, I've got like shrine loads, right? So walking into a shrine or exiting a shrine, right? And those, you shouldn't be able to kind of manipulate them beyond just skipping like late, right? And if you've skipped late, then from our understanding, you should be good. It'll load quickly. But I looked and I cut them all together just the shrine loads themselves. And the comparison there was that my plat PB lost 4 seconds to yours and 2.5 seconds to Trevor's on just the loads in and out of shrines. Which, like, 4 seconds. I don't know. And yeah, I looked at multiple, like, stasis slides, and the actual slide itself is moving fast, right? I'm, like, getting to the tree at the right time if you just remove the world loads. So, like, I think that is the issue. Right now, I'm actually downloading Breath of the Wild, because I have digital on my other Switch. This is the one I use for casual play, and so it has digital. I've done runs on both of my homebrewed Switches, which are both, like, digital, but, like, one is EmuNAND, the other is SysNAND. And both of them I noticed I was getting bad loads on slides. I didn't feel like a big increase in speed when I switched. But yeah, essentially right now that's my breakthrough, that the loads that I'm getting are just worse. Because I looked, and every single shrine load that I got was at least 5 frames slower than the next slowest. So, I don't know. But yeah, what's up, everyone? Oh, Bionic Doggy, thank you for the 2-month resub. The less you have on your Switch, the better. So for, like, homebrew, you have literally nothing other than what you need. Right. See, on my homebrewed Switches, I don't think I have that much. But I got rid of open joystick display. Yeah, maybe there's some things I could remove, but they're 100% better the cooler your Switch is. Maybe, I don't know. That's a lot. Yeah, I could probably remove some stuff. Put in the fridge. Maybe. But yeah, I'm currently downloading digital on my non-homebrewed Switch to see if that does anything. Yo, it's a rabbit. You don't want condensation in your Switch. Yeah, that's why you put in some desiccant. Have it so it doesn't get any moisture in. Oh, MZ. But anyway, that was I'm like, actually, this makes sense to me now. Everything is like, it makes more sense. Because I was like, there's no way that I just can't figure it out. And so I haven't set up tasks to test the, like, wiggles yet. No one did send me everything I need to set that up. So I do still want to do that, just to, you know, be more scientific about it. But basically, what this has kind of shown to me is that I have the ability, right? I have the flicks that are required to get these fast times. I just need to figure out the loads, which, again, there are definitely parts of loads that I think could be within my control. Also, like, looking at it, it was crazy. I was going through, and so I have to, like, step, you know, frame by frame to check where does the world load start, where does it end. And Trevor's, like, plat PV, I went and looked at it, and I couldn't believe it. On Mag, he got one single world load that wasn't even that big. It was, like, pretty close to the shrine. Only one, right? And then he went to Stasis. Only one world load. It was crazy. I was like, okay, Koroks, like, you're Your gold, 1.6 seconds? That's amazing. And then Trevor's plat PV had like 1.3 seconds, which is insane to me. And yeah, that could be like looking up on the slide, taking a different path, all of that. But yeah, wow. His exit shrine loads. Oh, let me see. So I went and compared all of the like shrine loads. Where is it? I think it's over here. So for all of the shrine loads, and this is all in DaVinci, hopefully I didn't mess anything up. I know on the shrine loads I didn't mess anything up because basically my worry is that when dragging things over in DaVinci, I may have deleted a world load or two, but if I did, they were like really small ones. But for the like shrine loads, I definitely didn't. But I think overall, you actually had a faster loads for like if you remove world loads. But again, this is only one like sample size, or a sample size of one, where yeah, it's just plat PBs. So maybe other runs Trevor got better loads. But yeah, it was like, how many frames is this? So maybe like 1.2 seconds or something of difference there. But like, man. It's like, I don't know if I wanted this. I kind of did, but I also, I don't know. Rob Trevor of his Switch. Yeah, so now I'm switching switches, hopefully, in like 20 minutes. To see. I should probably like archive more stuff on this. Maybe like get rid of Pokemon Scarlet. That way the only game on my Switch would be Breath of the Wild. And then I could archive, well, the other things are like, they're all physical, so I play them off the cartridge, which means, you know, it doesn't really have any data saved. Does run on a V2, like your OLED used to be, right? Oh, man. Oh, yeah, I was looking, and like Cryo, I think Trevor got a couple world loads. But yeah, like me getting a bunch of world loads, like that's why Cryo, in my head, so Cryo, my times are a lot more, they're a lot closer. And that's because it is possible I have gotten it so that my slides don't have world loads, right? I've gotten like a 105 entry before, but yeah. I don't know, I checked multiple stasis slides and... Oh, is it? The other one that I checked had like 3 seconds of world loads, which, you know, was considerably faster than my gold, but again, 3 seconds compared to like 1.3 is still a big difference. Wait, what is it? You'll do the run perfectly to Tree Wind Bomb, and now you have... Hold up. Let me try to find... Where is it? You have... Bomb's pretty good, but do you know why you're getting lag when you jump off the tree? Oh, yeah, you always get lag there. Yeah, either turn the camera down or up. Yeah. So lag can cause wind bombs to fail if there's just too much lag in the area. And generally, you can always just look up or down. so that there are fewer things on screen. And it doesn't even have to be like that far up or down to get the wind bomb to work. Your Switch is Nintendo server banned. Yeah, honestly, like, I'm not using it to play online, so it doesn't really matter if, like, it did get banned. Could something like the age of the Switch cause more loads? Yeah, I mean, different hardware could definitely have, like, slower loads. And yeah, these are version 1 Switches, so, or that I've been using. That could definitely be a thing. Which is partially why I want to try out this one, which is my casual Switch. Because it's V2. This is the patched one. But yeah, it was crazy. Like, overall, looking at it, my plat PB compared to Koroks and Trevor, I think I lost 8 seconds to loads compared to Koroks and 6 seconds compared to Trevor. Yo, Sog, thank you for the good luck. But yeah, I'm kind of just stalling. Well, not really stalling. I'm explaining my findings from last night. I feel like I've been going insane. Like, this game is gaslighting me. And I finally did what I should have done a long while ago. I don't know, I just, like, I figured it was... Okay, I think what happened is I looked at Trevor's gold compared to my gold for bombs, and I actually had a faster load than Trevor. Right, and so my slide was still slower, which means there's something else that is probably an issue with that slide. Potentially, but that's also only one comparison, and I should have done like another one to see, but yeah, essentially I was using that, and in my head I was like, okay, so it's not just the world loads, because I actually had a better world load and still was slower. So it must be something else. But then it turns out for the other slides, definitely not the case. Because yeah, like, on average, I think the slides I've been getting are probably totally fine, right? It takes maybe like 18 point something seconds to get to the tree. It's just that world loads make it a lot longer. And that I'm losing so much time to that. You want to compare to Trevor's bomb loads? Right. Yeah, I definitely think comparing more segments is going to be helpful. But, you know, comparing segments is kind of boring. At least right now I've been doing it by hand, which is not ideal. You don't have DLC, and Breath of the Wild is the only game on your system. Right. Yeah, I guess I have DLC installed on my other Switch. Also, I won't be able to use Periscope if I'm running on the other one. Yo, what's up, Noman? How is it going? Wait, does Trevor have DLC installed? Just as a... He does, okay. Yeah, what's up, Cloaks? Hello, is this glitch? Yeah, how's it going, everyone? I was just gonna people talking. Bit of a rant, but I don't know. In a way, it's like it's good, right? I feel better Because I was actually like, it was affecting my motivation. I was like, I just don't get it. I can't do it. But then it's like, okay, so it's not actually the flicking. Because I was so lost. I was like, I can't figure it out. I just don't know what I'm doing wrong. And then it turns out, well, I might not be doing that much wrong. Don't worry, I'll get you later, song. Actually, though, yesterday I was doing slides, and the song was like, so I compared one, and I was like, okay, this is slow. And song said, yeah, but those were like the worst world loads ever. I was like, was it really that bad? And I think I just have a really bad, like, kind of eye for world loads and loading. At the same time, like, I am kind of curious because my paraglider time is so much slower. Like, my gold is just... Okay, what is my gold? I think it's a 131. If we look, my glider gold is a 130.8. Your loads were, yeah, 1.6 versus 2 for Trevor, when comparing your golds. So both stasis golds. If you compare your loads, which, I mean, yours is, in your plat PB, yours is a gold, right? So if you compare plat PBs, then Trevor actually had 1.3. That's still a big difference, though. Is it, though? Man, I had 4 seconds. It was 4.13. Isn't that ridiculous? But yeah, I think, you know, I'm definitely willing to take some of the blame on, like, maybe looking up is actually more important than I thought. But, and like the BLSS path, I want to try switching it up. Although I was looking at Trevor's BLSS path, and he takes like an in-between. Because you take a wide path, I take a very direct path, and then Trevor, at least the one segment I looked at was like, or one of the segments I looked at, it was like an in-between. It was 4.13, but yeah. Is your path really that wide? It was like, it was pretty wide. Because I'm passing like right by the stairs, and you were like, I don't know, definitely closer to that hill, but usually get close to the stairs. Interesting. Again, this is a pretty small sample size, so maybe maybe it's different. I think I only looked at one of your slides because you had the same slide in your plat PB in gold. The 80% minus world loads? Well, that's not really it. At least right now, there's not really too much you can do about that. And also, when you compare world loads removed or like loads removed, you know, Korox's plat PB is still probably slightly better. I didn't check decimal points. But yeah, it was like that, you know, 8 seconds. I think my PB is probably like 8 seconds slower, and around 8 seconds were loads. But again, that's, you know. Not really the metric we're competing against too much. Yo, Zip, time 2017 link. Welcome in. Dude, 9 minutes left, according to the download. Hey, what's up, Gateway? Hello, Chucky. How's it going? Oh, there they are, the world loads. And then I'm trying to look up, which, yeah, it is definitely harder. Oh yeah, I saw it. Scrolling through. It looks pretty nice. Honestly, I don't know how much time it saves, but it's so much nicer looking. Cause yeah, you don't need the topaz. No time. Is it not actually faster at all? But can't you like set it up earlier maybe? I don't know if that would even help. Cloud has said 20 seconds. I know Cloud had PB'd with it already. Oh yeah, no amiibo. Yeah, because no amiibo can't do shock arrow smuggle. Amiibo is cringe. True. Especially in that game. Like, sheesh. Okay, if it doesn't save any time, I mean, it just makes resets a lot more efficient. Because, like, think about how many runs I got that were first try Topaz. Or, no, first try Ruby. That could have continued. But yeah, essentially, I don't think I'll come back yet. Because it doesn't save time too much. Like, I probably would be able to PB with it. Just because, yeah, like a first try scan is a lot easier to come by. But also, I guess I could PB in no amiibo with it pretty easily. It's an equalizer, right? $20 seconds. What was it? So it's still like 20 seconds of difference between amiibo and no amiibo, I think. Right? Because it was about 40. You go fishing and catch the fish yourself. You know, I think we should all follow Noman's example. Again, you know, merch idea. I'd rather be fishing shirt, but, you know, Breath of the Wild. Oh, also, I think I've been taking too much time on that. Right there. This wind bomb. Because I do the scope aim and then I don't like immediately jump. Because I don't know. Because I switched my muscle memory to get more of like an instant bullet time entry, which means that the wind bomb goes higher. It just gives me like a better launch while using less stamina. So I should be able to do the jump a little bit sooner. Because I don't need my stamina to refill all the way. Which I guess isn't really a thing with if you blow up the bomb. Because you have to wait anyway a little bit. It is kind of funny though, because like it looks basically like you're just doing quick smuggle on 1.0. Ah. 1.0 stays winning. Sub 50 might be possible soon. Oh yeah, I saw something was being discussed. Hopefully that works out, because sub 50 would be pretty cool. Is it something that's finally like faster than the frame perfect stuff? I'd imagine it's probably still slower, but like not by that much, unless it's something you can set up early. I'm like Aerosmuggle. Yo, Zipcon guy. How's everything today? Well, I have made a realization that the thing that I'm losing time on is not like the flicking or the acceleration, at least not for stasis. But it's more the world loads and loading in general that I'm like losing time on. Theoretically saves like 4 minutes. Interesting. Yeah, it's a good chunk. Okay, it's kind of like hard to I try to look up the whole time on this. A science emote, that would be good. I feel like DJ has a science emote. Like I've seen one before. Yeah, it's a mythic cheese. What was found? I actually don't know exactly what it is for 1.2.1. If that's what you're asking about. Dude, that was like no world loads. But the flicks didn't seem that fast. Still a 21. The world loads were much better. But yeah, it's like essentially now I've got something to work with, which is basically that looking up might be. But the thing is, I look up for like the whole glider slide. And then I just like, I still get so many world loads. Oh, it's done. My Switch now, my other Switch now has whatchamacallit. Penny is the teacher. Isn't Penny the... Penny's got a new game. It's called Penny's Big Breakaway. It's a very good platformer, I've heard. So if you are a fan of platforming games, then you might want to check it out. You thought Penny was a coin? Ah, of course. Yeah, and I bet you want to remove the penny. Okay, let's see. Oh, okay, so the idea of like having your Switch be like cooler. So, you know, you do like 1 hour of runs and then you switch switches so that your Switch is like cooler. That's why you need a practice Switch. If you're gonna practice before runs, do it on a separate Switch. Wow, I took damage. I mean, that would be bad. That wouldn't work, but oh man. Well, you know, I've got multiple switches, so I can do it. If that's what's required. Also, you gotta live in a... Gotta move to somewhere with, like, cold temperatures. Okay, but wouldn't that be, like, a pretty cool video? I moved to Antarctica so that I could speedrun Breath of the Wild. Ugh. Okay, wow. I moved to Canada to dominate speedrunning. Well, you know, I guess of places, California is not the coolest. Not the coldest, I should say. It's pretty cool though. And new. Okay, this one is a trap. You're not supposed to say Newfoundland. It's like in Newfoundland. No, you like mispronounce every single vowel. I think, if I remember correctly. No Funland. There we are. Except that they have these like super fluffy dogs. So that is kind of fun. Newfoundland is crazy. Please never pronounce it like that. That's literally how it's spelled. Oh man. Like, what else am I supposed to say reading it for the first time? Hmm. Okay, we do this, and then... Oh no, I died. That was like a quick death. Ah, and it put me down here, of course. Ah, that's fine. Wait. Is it a Worcestershire? Ah, OBS disconnected. Sick. Ah, that was too. Yo. Welcome to the stream. Hope everyone's having a good day. Hey, what's up, Doc? Watch this be his world record run. Yeah, I think this is a good one. It's got a shot. Yeah, am I really gonna archive Pokemon Scarlet? If I actually have to run on that Switch, that's kind of annoying. Because I do actually open up Scarlet every once in a while off stream to like mess around, do some raids. Ow. Heals bitrate, man. Yeah. Buy another Switch just for Pokemon. I guess that would be the cheaper solution, right? Because I could buy another Switch for Breath of the Wild, where it's like newer hardware. Um, oh, actually, funny story. Which if you were there for the start of my Tears of the Kingdom playthrough, then you know. But I had to delete Tears of the Kingdom off the other Switch because I did not have enough space. So, yeah, like I had to remove Breath of the Wild to install Tears of the Kingdom, and now I had to remove Tears of the Kingdom to install Breath of the Wild. Which I think means the next time I try to like download it, it's probably gonna force me to update, but at this point, whatever. Oh, see ya, Toonie? You don't know how to solder, otherwise you would mod your OLED? Yeah, I was thinking like I could buy, pay someone to mod an OLED for me. That could be a play. Okay, let's do this. Noman will do it. Hmm. Noman will claim another victim. Let's just see. But yeah, I think that the world loads on slides could be a skill issue. Right. These slides are really good, but it's also preloaded. So it's hard to tell. Like, see, that's the only one world load on each slide, and they're not even that long. Like, that is basically a stutter. And I was looking up the whole time. Took a bit of a wider path as well. So, yeah, there's definitely still room for it to just be like, I need to improve my technique. But from what I can tell, the loads for the shrines isn't something that has that kind of effect. And then also there's the glider DLSS. You think maybe it's the bomb pickup actually taking time? No, I have a video editor, DaVinci Resolve, where I have downloaded the top 3 runners, Great Plateau, any percent PBs, and I have cut it up so that it's just world loads, or just like loads and world loads, and compared them. So it's not the gameplay that I'm like comparing right now. It's it's just the loads. So like I am losing a bunch of time on loads, which yeah, some of that could be my fault. Some of it seems like maybe it's not, but okay, this is probably fine. Are we bombing the Yeti? Is this the Yeti from that game we were talking about yesterday that I hadn't played? How to defeat the Yeti as fast as possible. Ski free, yeah, that's the one. Okay, wait. So basically, do I just start like trying out runs in the other or on the other Switch? Oh, there goes what I do with the other Switch. Oh, so basically my other Switch has I bought digital. It's a V2. And I bought digital for the All Shrines Relay because when I went down to SoCal, I forgot. Oh yeah, okay. So this is my third. It's a different other Switch. I've got a bunch. So this one's my non-homebrewed Switch with all my casual playthroughs. Yeah. Um. And so yeah, I had to reinstall the digital download because I don't actually have a big SD card on it. I think it's like 8 gigs or something, which notably is not a lot. So you can't have both Tears of the Kingdom and Breath of the Wild on this Switch at the same time. Oh, this is not French. English, no. Yo, it's a gravel. The understanding is in the BLSS. I'm trying to. I think I've figured it out mostly. At least I figured out what the enemy is. The thing that is not working. Also, I should probably. Yeah, I have this thing where I don't like changing my layout. So right now I've got like chat, right? Is moved to the right because of the input display. It's like supposed to go to the left of chat, but because this is not a homebrewed switch, um, I don't need to have chat so far left. So I'm moving it, but I just wrote down the kind of offset that I had so that if I go back to using the input display, then I can move it back to the same position. But it's like it doesn't really matter, right? What's up, Tapir? Thank you for the 22-month resub. Am I French? No, I'm not. That's where Subway Surfers goes. Isn't Subway Surfers like a vertical game? Don't let him lie. Why is the Switch set in French? Because it's faster in French. So anytime you see a speedrunner running in a different language, it's likely because it's faster. Yo, what's up, Piff? Oh, welcome in. Thanks for the good luck. Thank you. Yeah, so I'm definitely more like I'm more in it today. Yesterday it was rough. Dude, we've come full circle though, because I used to do runs on the Switch, and then I finally set up homebrew for the like practice saves as well as save states, and then now we're back to it, the original one that's non-homebrewed. Oh, yeah, so basically what I figured out last night by comparing, well, okay, so I compared the 3 top Great Plateau any percent runs, right? Me, Trevor, and Quorox. I compared them all in DaVinci with all the loads separated to see, if I was getting way slower loads, and the answer was yes. That on Great Plateau alone, I lost like 8 seconds. In loads. where half of that was from the shrine loads, half of that was world loads. And so the idea is that the switch is the problem. And so this is a V2 switch, so it's like newer hardware. Because for homebrew, you want an unpatched switch. And I actually do have... Like, I have digital. I just needed to reinstall it. But yeah, when I was comparing individual loads as well, I was like, I had the slowest shrine loads for every single load. So I'm hoping that this is gonna be faster. How do you stop dying in this game? Get fairies, I guess. How much slower? Well, oh, okay. We're gonna try that one again. 2 frames slower on entry and 4 on exit. So every single load, I was at least like, I think I was at least 5 frames slower. Where some of them were more than 5. I'd have to like go through and check. But that was like, 5 frames slower than the second slowest. Which means compared to the fastest, it was probably a little bit more. You got 4 shiny Litten? Well, get ready, because you're going to be able to get Mega Incineroar. Yeah, I think it was 5 when I was counting them. Maybe there was like 1 or 2 that were like 3 frames slower, but still being slower on every single one is a little bit rough. Litten Community Day. Dude, never evolve your Litten. Keep it a cute cat instead of a wrestler. Yo, what's up, Clouded? Like paraglider? Dude, I've definitely been... I've definitely felt like my paragliders are just like burst. Like quite a bit. Because yeah, my gold is... still a 130. I think it's like barely a 130. It's like 0.9 maybe. Or it's a 131.0. But yeah, enjoy the Taco Bell. Wait, what's your order? We all gotta know. Also, GG on the PB, the first run with the new arrow smuggle,
Link,
as far as I know.
Link, Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
On average, it was 14 seconds, but sometimes it was 12. It's a lot like Dark Beast loads. Yeah. It's something that I should probably look at. Like, train myself to look over to see. I just haven't. Did TikTok give me a reason? Oh, yeah, okay, so that's weird. For anyone not in the Discord, basically, I made a YouTube short about golden gauntlets, right? Which I upload all of my shorts on, like, TikTok and YouTube, so... Oh no, that was actually gonna be really fast. See that bomb arrow? But yeah, I was on golden gauntlets. And so, you know, I check YouTube to see what's the viewership like. And it's like, okay, you know, it's doing pretty well. And then you go to check TikTok and it's not there. I was like, I'm pretty sure I scheduled it, so it should have come out. And either I forgot to switch the... Well, so the weird thing is, I then go open up TikTok to my profile, and Golden Gauntlets, the short, the video, is just not uploaded. Like, it shows up on my page. Okay, I'm gonna continue this one. But it says, like, community guideline violation. Which is kind of weird, and I try to click on it and can't click on it. Maybe I'm not in the app, so I'm like a second-rate user. But basically, it was just this gray, like, box instead of the thumbnail that says community guideline violation. And it was like, okay, that's weird. I want to see what they thought I violated. Try to click on it, doesn't do anything. And so I'm like, okay, let me go find the like menu to kind of manage all of my videos and see what their reasoning is. Maybe they give me a notification or something. No notification at all. The video is just not uploaded. And then I finally find the part where I can manage all of my videos, and it doesn't have any like restriction set on it. It's there. It's been like posted, but the whatchamacallit, the visibility is set to only me instead of like everyone. And so I have the option to set it to everyone, but also it has a community guideline violation apparently. So I don't know if I try to set that, will it like flag my account and ban me? Because I've been banned before, which is strange. I want to say it has something to do with bombs, right? In the short, I talk about how it's like, you know, you can pick something up as if it had the weight of a remote bomb. And so maybe they had like an auto detection thing that decided that was a no-no. TikTok's very strict about that. It's a video game, man. How am I supposed to make Breath of the Wild content without bombs? Oh yeah, so Giphy, basically yeah, they didn't tell me the reason. And like last time I got banned, I had to like email them, what was it? I had to like appeal and then email them like 3 or 4 times just to get a reason. Like a potential, like which community guideline did I violate? And they finally gave it to me and it was bogus. And so I ended up just like making a different account. Which like, if you look at what I was making, it's all up on YouTube, you know? YouTube has no problem with it because, you know, they realize it's a video game. The bombs that I am referring to are in the video game. Did I time picking up the bomb versus blowing it up? I didn't. Yeah, I didn't. Didn't post anything or make any comments or even likes. Logged in one day and your account was, yeah. That may have been what happened to my first account. Basically, I like created it and then I didn't really interact with any other posts. Before I started posting videos, and maybe they thought, wow, that's suspicious. Let's permaban him. I mean, like, I think I did follow a few accounts before I posted a video, but like, I didn't like anything or scroll through. Because I'm not there to watch TikTok. Like, I'd rather not go down that rabbit hole. But I do want to, like, post videos. So, who knows?
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
It's getting banned for y'all. Yeah, but it's not getting banned for everyone. Oh, hello, acid. Also, yeah, I think probably blowing up the bomb and picking it up, it does seem like it would be about the same. At least on average. Where I feel like blowing up the bomb is probably slightly more like lenient, maybe, in that you can be farther away and still not be any slower because you have to wait for the bomb to recharge anyway. So like climbing the tree a little bit later is still fine.
Link, dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Yo, what's up, Progress fan? Yo, 3, yeah. Oh, that seems really fast. $235 with a 203 that also messed up picking up the pot. 35, 203. Yeah, that must have been like a 31 or something similar. Which 31 would be really good. Yeah, what's up, Didu? Welcome back, Toonie. How are the runs? I don't know, I'm just warming up. Okay, that'll do. Oh, that was a big bounce. Do I think I can save more time on my sob? I sure hope so. So I made this like realization last night that I'm losing a lot of time on loads. And so the steps I'm taking to kind of prevent that is switching which switch I'm using. So now I have a V2 switch instead of my homebrewed V1. So it's like newer hardware. Maybe it just loads faster. And then I'm also trying to like look up and change my BLSS flight paths a little bit to see if that helps. Because looking up with the camera... Okay, that felt really fast. But maybe... Yeah, I want to say like that could be... That could be partially the loads. But then also the mash just seemed fast as well. Okay, 149. I mean, 149 with 3 scans is pretty good. Yeah, it's a root beer. Oh, hello, Aqua. A removal from app stores. Yeah, I have TikTok downloaded. And I had opened it on the other account that I had made, but ever since that one got banned, I haven't opened it at all. I'm kind of beefing with TikTok. If I timed the loads with and without using input display, yeah, so I've been using input display for a long time, for like any percent, so I haven't actually gotten a good comparison for like my segments. Oh, I didn't check. Was anyone looking? That was a 113? Oh, when did I climb the tree, though? Yeah, that was pretty good. 58. See, that's already better than I've ever done on the other Switch. But also, I was looking up the whole time. A 113 entry? Like, that's what I need. Especially without a ragdoll cancel, which you can get there. Dude, there's certain things that just make me feel crazy. Makes me feel like I'm going insane. It's like the skew thing with the Aeroflight to Ganondorf. Is that gonna work? Probably not. Okay, we got lucky. Wait, did that gold? Oh my goodness, man. No, that was a 1.6 second gold? Oh goodness. Whatever. Now that was pretty fast. It was at least 105. Come on. It's like I don't know, man. Like, are you kidding? There's just no way, man. Insane.
Hey.
Not a great world load. Oh, thank you, Pika. Oh, there's a plat PB. Yeah, it's not a great glider. Okay, so I have 4 attack up fish. There's a 110. Dude, this switch is cracked. Yeah, my sum of best is now below 23. It's 22.59. $155? Oh my goodness. That's so insane. No way. No way. Is that the reason? Okay, I kind of flipped there. Right, sure. Okay, well, I kind of threw, but... 155? Are you? Ah, jeez, man. I'm pretty sure that ties my gold. My gold had a 105 entry. Because the load on the Claymore was actually kind of insane. Also, no world load on the way in. It's a different switch. Okay, well I messed that one up. So yeah, we're cooked, but still. Either that was a fluke or this is this is the thing I was missing. Jeez, man. You know how much I dropped my Sum of Best by? Oh, I guess it was only half a second on the cryo gold, but still, that's nuts. Okay, +5. Whatever. There we are. +46. Yeah, that was really bad. Wait, I actually didn't save time. Whatever. Yeah, that was a bad stun lock. Jesus, man.
lame de Ganon enveloppe son corps.
Like, I'm actually...
Aura le protège de toute attaque. Je vais contenir son aura.
I was actually going insane.
Mais je ne
Like,
pourrai pas tenir
legitimately,
très longtemps.
I was feeling
Il
like
te
pretty
faudra viser
bad.
les points lumineux. Je crois en ta victoire, Link.
It's like, am I just incapable? How am I losing so much time?
Le pouvoir de Ganon s'affaiblit.
Oh, yeah, so if I didn't mess up plates, this would have PB'd. Oh, wait. Yeah, this probably would have PB'd. Because the blights was, I think, gonna save time. I think I put myself... I gave myself a 302 to compare it to. Yeah, also that's a... It's a 1251, but I kind of had a really bad glider. Oh, I did get a PB, that's right.
Je me charge de son aura. Tu y es presque. Encore un peu.
Understanding, yep. I think that qualifies. Also, a 350 bombs is pretty bad.
Maintenant, Link.
No way, dude. A 231.9? Are you... Ah, the Switch is so cracked. It's actually just built different. Oh my goodness. When's the last time I ever got a 231? What's my PB? My PB literally has a... Are you kidding me? Oh my goodness. This is messed up. I have... Okay, wait. Hold up. Hold the phone. Ah, it makes so much sense now. Okay, so I have a playlist of my golds, right? This playlist, if you look at all of them, right? You know, you would imagine that the more you play, the faster you get, and so the better your golds are gonna be. But if you look at the, like, golds that are the oldest, there's, like, bombs. That one, it's hard to get a gold because of the ragdoll cancel. That's from 10 months ago, right? But that's 10 months. The oldest gold I have is Dark Beast, a 232.1. Wait, I actually should retime this. Because my Dark Beast gold gets a little bit off because of, like, split timings. What is it? This is 135? Okay, but yeah, basically, my Dark Beast gold is 2 years old. I've never gotten anything close. And I think 2 years, right? I was probably running on this Switch. The one that I just did a run on. Compared to dumb homebrew 1.0. Oh no, dumb homebrew version 1 Switch that, like, it makes so much sense, man. Oh my goodness. Dude, I saved so much time at the end. Are you kidding me? Okay, I'm, like, actually just... Jesus, man. This is unbelievable. I was like... $23.46. That's amazing. For like missed Fireblight 1 cycle, yeah, this would have PB'd by a decent amount. Already found one BTT segment. Wait, which one? Is the game on internal SD or game card? It's internal. Yeah, so the reason I switched to this one is because I actually have the digital copy of Breath of the Wild on my version 2 Switch. I had to buy it for an All Shrines relay that we did, because I didn't have my like physical copy of the game, so I had to buy it. And this is a version 2 Switch. Oh my... Also, 22.59 some of best. So, you know, that's all it took. Because I was so... It's like... Yeah, basically, my other Switches, both of them, I was thinking like, okay, well, one of them is Emunand instead of Sysnand, right? So presumably when I switched to Sysnand, it's gonna be faster, and then it wasn't. At least I couldn't tell. But yeah, last night, yeah, I stayed up until like 8, because I was like, okay, I did a bunch of timings on like individual slides, and then I was like, okay, so I'm losing a bunch of time to world loads. But now I need to time like everything. I need to time the whole plateau. And so I think at like 6 maybe, I opened up like I had downloaded top 3 plat PBs, opened up DaVinci, went through, manually got all of the loads, and I compared them. I was like, oh shoot, that's where I'm losing time. Yo, it's a bloom. Thank you. Dude, this would have PB'd easy if I just didn't mess up Fireblight. Because yeah, I didn't get the 1 cycle. And then Calamity, I had a really bad stun lock. Although, okay, I think my Calamity gold, or not my Calamity gold, but my balanced split for Calamity is actually instant laser. So we didn't lose that much time, right? Because that's like 4.7 from an attack up Claymore. So like 3 seconds is the attack up Claymore. Although I didn't get a quick rush in my PB. So maybe it's more like 2. So like the stun lock was bad, but probably only lost me like 2 seconds, is my guess. Oh, David, thanks for the gifted sub. Yeah, it's so glad. I just... Okay, so I am gonna be making a video at some point. I have a bunch of different switches with a bunch of different like configurations. So I am planning on this video about loads in Breath of the Wild, because I have physical, digital on my V2. I've got homebrew. I've got one that's Emunand, one that's Sysnand. Both can be physical or digital. My brother actually has an OLED that he's going to be bringing back. This is my brother who doesn't live with me, but he's coming back soon, and he'll bring his OLED, so we can try that. Which, that one's only physical, but still. Do you have to? Well, I mean, not necessarily, because your loads are already fairly fast. Like, literally, in the comparison that I did, you had the fastest loads. So, it's not necessarily as much of a problem, but you know, maybe you should look into it, because we'll see. Because that was insane, man. Yo, what's up, TK? Oh, AJ, thank you for the raid. Hope the stream went well. You don't have heat in your room? Yeah, it's been... I mean, it's warming up, actually, these last few days. We're getting closer to fridge strats. Actually, though. Yo, Trilock, thanks for the 5 months. Yeah, the V2 made a big difference. Honestly, I don't know. Maybe my 2 homebrewed switches are both just slow. It's really hard to tell. Oh, Maria, thanks for the bit. What's up, Mikey? Mikey, you'll never believe it. A wise man is about to tell the world that water only boils for version 2 switches. Or a water will never boil for a slow switch. Okay, we're gonna close that out. Oh, actually, I think I also need to 135, so it's probably like 125. It would be golds. Who figured out the loads are faster? Well, so I did some comparisons last night before I went to sleep. So I stayed up till 8 because I was just so I was so sad. But now I'm glad. The world makes sense now. Your stasis world movement was less than 5 seconds off the BTB. Stasis world movement. Oh, so like getting to the shrine? Oh yeah, you said there was like a BTT segment that you found. What was it? Oh, hello, Rhythm Blue. Is it a load? Because I feel like I wouldn't be surprised. BLSS to castle? Oh, what is the like the split timings on that? When does it start and end? Old segment was from my gold. Dude, that was crazy. I want to go look back at that because the claymore was like already there. Hey, Snoopy, thanks for the 21 months. Hope you've been well. Cause yeah, that was like a 155, I think, or getting the like, ancient arrow chest, which is roughly the same as my best ever. One is when you split for glider to start BLSS and then start BLSS to get sword. I see. Huh. Well, oh my god. I was like, I don't know. I don't know if you guys realize how, no, you probably do, because I am. It makes so much sense, man. You seem less angry. Oh, chat, it's that one chatter. That's so crazy, man. 231.9 on Dark Beast. I actually kind of want to retime that right now because that would be a gold that I have not beat in 2 years. 2 years. Your cryo world movement was only 3 seconds off. Oh, how does that compare to Korox's? Since you had timed that before. Because I think it was like similar entry times. It doesn't make any sense, man. It does make sense though, is the thing. You know it's not faster? I see. Oh, Pro Graph Chan, thanks for the 5 gifted. Yeah, 2259 some of best. That stasis wind bomb was like kind of bad. Like I barely made it. But that was a 113 entry. Was I using this switch before Tears of the Kingdom? So I was using this switch until I set up homebrew on the other one so that I could have like essentially for the longest time I was using physical on this switch because I didn't buy the digital copy at the time. So on that switch I only had access to physical, which physical is slower. And so I switched to the homebrewed switch, 1 because it had digital, and then 2 because it had save states set up with like better practice saves as well. And for longer categories, that's really helpful.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Was that the first run on that switch? Not the first. It's the that's the first full run I've done on that switch. But it's not the first attempt. Yo, what's up, L? Oh, Styro, thanks for the 100 bits. Feels like I've been... Something has been unlocked. No, it wasn't. Korox has a 1244 with Amiibo scans. Which is kind of insane. Actually, I don't remember what... Because I think I was probably a little bit behind out of cryo. So even with a really good glider, probably wouldn't have been enough. Didn't find anything else, I see. Well, you know, that's fine. Is this digital? Yeah, it is. Because I probably wouldn't have switched to this one if I didn't have digital. Because that one is like I've definitely done tests. Or my brother was running tests a while ago for digital versus physical, preloaded versus non-preloaded, and physical is definitely slower, and also preloading is faster. 1113 versus 1116, yeah. That was not a great glider, but I was also kind of nervous, as you might expect.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
You had a slower mag, right. I had like a 350 bombs. So I think we ended up roughly even by the end of mag. 650. Yeah, I thought it was crazy. Thought I was going insane. I still want to set up the task because I think that's still a worthwhile thing to do, just to make sure that like does flicking faster reduce speed past a certain point, obviously. Save the crazy for another day. True.
Link. Link.
Oh, a low cost
Dirige-toi
this.
vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Okay, 202, that's fine. When is fridge strats? Yeah, I need to try it out for a video. Or for the video that I want to make on loads. Set it up so that it's in the fridge just to see. And then I can clickbait it. I put my Switch in a fridge so that you have to. You've been wanting to set up tasks to do wind bomb testing? Ooh, that'd be fun. Yeah, I asked Noman because he had a task set up for BLSSing. And so I need to go and try to set that up like tonight probably. Got any goodies in the fridge? Obviously you'd have to keep some Mountain Dew, maybe some Red Bull, you know. Any sponsorships, Pause Champ? Give me one of those Red Bull switches, Red Bull mini fridges. I'll keep it in the background. Oh, hello, Clash Dev. Enjoy the lurk. There's just so much lag. Yeah, I could see that being an issue. The results of it make 0 sense. I don't actually remember the results. Yeah, I kind of want to see. Also, I think through Homebrew, well, I guess it's not just Homebrew, but yeah, my brother set up a way to automate inputs or send inputs to the Switch without like emulator. I could probably have continued that one. I don't know. I'm like pumped right now. The real max height or max speed wind bomb is right. Get some Do you know if he's using an Arduino? Oh. Yeah, so he set something up to actually connect to the Switch through like Bluetooth. So it acts like it's a controller. You can send inputs. But he like just got that set up today, so I haven't really tested it. but I don't remember what it's called.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Komali got a task working. Yeah, so Noman actually, I think, asked Komali, and Komali helped Noman
Prends
set it
cette
up, I think.
tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Unless it's a different one. I remember there being like a TAS, the LSS used for the EMS BTT. Okay, I need to... get myself out of this shrine. Yo, what's up, Honeyweed? How's the day going? It's going amazing. Oh, man. Like, actually. Yeah, basically, I was running on a slow switch, and now I'm not. I'm running on a switch that's like actually fast. I golded 2 segments in a row, got the best ever like castle slide segment recorded, as far as we know, all in like one run. With the first, that was like my first full run on this switch. Because, you know, I've been like comparing my splits to like Koroks and Trevor, and I've been like, man, I just can't do it. I can't get the same speeds. And then I finally went, did a deep dive comparison on loads, and turns out that was kind of the issue. Oh, have a good night, Pika.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
So yeah, I set up new plat PB with amiibo scans. You know, 2 golds in 1 run. Finally got sub 23, some of best. Just, it was so good, man. Also, Craig. Oh, man. Can you imagine if that was the issue? The reason I was having so much trouble with the Moblin room is because my Switch was just bad. Couldn't load things in. Where now, like that run had Craig immediately show up. The bow was loaded. Everything was right in the world. And then I kind of flubbed the wind bomb after, but... yeah, like, there were a couple of things where if I didn't mess up, I would have definitely PB'd. Like the wind bomb at the end of Castle and the Fireplate 1 cycle. Yeah, Craig is the Moblin in Zelda's room. The one with the Edge of Duality. An infamous troublemaker. Never shows up to work.
Link,
But maybe it wasn't his fault.
dirige-toi vers le lieu
Kind
que
of.
t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
But yeah, this is another moment that felt like when I was trying out the arrow flight all the way to Ganondorf in the like tunnel at the end of Tears of the Kingdom. I just could not get it to work first try, and I was going insane, right? That was such a good world load. Are you kidding? $232 with unequipping the bow accidentally. This is it. This is what I needed. But yeah, essentially I was like, I could never get that arrow flight first try. I tried it in runs and I just couldn't do it. I was like, man, am I really messing up or is it something else? And then by the end, I finally figured out that it was skew. So when you do the shield jump through for the clip, you set skew, and that skew is enough to mess up the launch angle. But I just felt so crazy, losing my mind. And it turns out it wasn't me. It was literally like I didn't realize that, yeah, that would set skew because it was like a neutral shield jump. I wasn't pressing B. And then it turns out, nope. We're all good. Sounds like I took a gallon of coffee and drank it. I mean, what, adrenaline? Yeah, no, I'm pumped. Ready to go. About to test the loads between your unmodded and modded V1. Good luck. Hopefully they're good loads. Oh, hello, Allison. Got a huge slice of pizza and cookies. Sounds like a great time. Did you bring any to share? Oh man, dude, I'm excited. I'm sure you guys can tell. How long have I had my older Switches? Well, they're both V1. One of them is, I think, the original Switch we bought at launch. So, you know, we've been using that for a while. And then the other one is my brother's friend. They had a V1 that we bought off them. Might be worth redoing, maybe. Could be. Oh, hello, Knuckles. I am. And not only am I going for it, I feel like I can get it. I was like, also, another thing to kind of bring up is Blight. I think maybe. We'll see. Because obviously Blight has more RNG than just loads, but it's got a lot of loads. And recently, I've been like, struggling. I can't get, you know, a fast Blights. I would always lose like 2 to 3 seconds. Even if everything seemed like it went really well. Maybe it'll be better. You never get castle slides under 110, so you want to figure that out. Right. Dude, imagine like a 105.
Réveille-toi.
Although, like, it's weird because obviously loads are not consistent. I think from what I've heard, Odyssey loads are actually really consistent.
Prends cette
Breath of the
tablette,
Wild,
Sheikah.
definitely not the case. They vary
Elle
by
te
like
montrera la
multiple
voie
seconds
après ton
per
long
load.
sommeil.
And so, yeah, like I was running on the homebrewed Switch. So the Castle Gold I got, was it like 10 months ago, was on the Emun and homebrewed Switch. And I got like a 105 castle entry, which is the fastest I've ever seen. Never been able to replicate it. And no, I don't know if I should be, like, maybe I should be taking these slower SOR clips, but we'll see. That's true, yeah. But even like loading out of a shrine, I feel like that's kind of should be a more static load than like world loads. You know, that's a whole can of worms, but new Switch unboxing with every run, yep. Oh, thank you, Knuckles. Yeah, basically we're in this. Oh, hello, Mace. I know, right? Like yesterday I was bummed. Hey, what's up, Sabo? I was like, is this really it?
Réveille-toi.
Can I not improve? And here we are.
Réveille-toi.
Yo, it's a bagel. Hello, Beetle.
Prends
The
cette
understanding
tablette,
is,
Sheikah.
it's great.
Elle te
Everything is
montrera
so
la
clear
voie
now.
après ton long sommeil.
It would be interesting to do a comparison of periscope versus no periscope, because I know that it's better than open joystick display was, but you know, I never compared using it to not using it. Okay, 45's fine. There's a lot less load variability. Don't think anyone's gotten a new Switch and instantly seen that much of a difference in that game. Yeah, I probably could have gotten that. OGD was negligible when you measured Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, I never did a test with or without it. And when I was running with it, I think I'm just not really a
Link,
good judge of world loads and
dirige-toi vers le
loading.
lieu que t'indique la
Because this
carte
whole
de la
time I've been
tablette Sheikah.
thinking, you know, it's not world loads. It's not loads, and then it was 203, that's fine. $234 with a... Dude, see, that's a 234 with a 203. at the treasure chest. That's a 31. Never got 31s with the other Switch. Numbers, I know, right? The Switch was actually trolling. Insane. I should just like hit these. That one would have worked. I was just like way too far left on the throw. Do you throw it in jail? Not yet. It still has use. I mean, like, well, it may be slower. Oh my, dude, I literally lost. And this is insane. But comparing my plat PB to like Korox's plat PB, I lost 8 seconds from loads. That's just on plateau. Eye-opening. But yeah, the homebrewed Switch still has use because like obviously I can practice on it, and also in theory, like, what is it? The hotter your Switch is, the worse the performance will be. So if you like play on it for a while, it's presumably going to heat up, and then you know it might be slower. So if you just practice on a different Switch, it'd be good. Also, it has like save states and stuff that can be useful for practicing. Can you do anything about the loads? Yeah, so you can get a new Switch. No, this is not a new Switch, but it's a V2, which is my casual gaming Switch. This is the one where I like played through Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, is there a way to switch the order of the profiles on Switch? Probably, right? I'm just thinking that like when I close out, so I'm using the second profile, but if I accidentally use the first one and I save, then I get rid of my casual file, which I don't want to do. Oh yeah, I think so, for sure. Because like, it wasn't just world loads, it was also loading into and out of shrines. When I checked, comparing like all of the individual shrine loads, I always had the slowest load by at least like 5 frames. Settings, users, change order. Okay, yeah, I'll probably do that later. Just to make sure, because like I never deleted my casual profile, but you know, obviously there's always a chance that I forget. I think it's pretty unlikely, but because like I don't save anyway when doing any percent. But yeah, just any way to kind of prevent that. Oh, it's kind of funny though. So for Tears of the Kingdom, if I wanted to run it on this Switch, I would have to, well actually, oh, okay, that's actually a more interesting question than I initially thought it would be. Because the answer is like, obviously, it would be faster, except with
tablette
Tears of the Kingdom,
Sheikah.
it's weird,
Elle te
right?
montrera la voie
There's
après
this
ton
gray
enfant.
area of 1.0 digital. It's not banned, even though you there was never a release of 1.0 digital, as far as we know. I think people have like looked to see it, but it's not banned on the leaderboard. So if you have a homebrewed Switch, you can like remove the update data or digital. And so a lot of the top runs use that because, you know, digital is faster. So while I could get 1.0 on this Switch, getting digital 1.0 would be a lot more involved. Yeah, I'd have to probably mod it. Hey, what's up, Sensei?
Link. Link.
Was 1.0.1 the launch patch?
Dirige-toi vers
It was
le lieu que t'indique la
1.1.0
carte de la tablette Sheikah.
for digital. Physical gave you 1.0. Yeah, the horse glitch, dude. Infinite horse stamina was the only glitch from Breath of the Wild that made it. Okay, snap back. Which is kind of funny because, like, it actually worked better. Like, the UI didn't mess up. Where in Breath of the Wild, when you do the infinite horse stamina glitch, it has like the little stamina icons grayed out, even though you like still have stamina. Where if you do it in Tears of the Kingdom, I think it doesn't mess up. But yeah, 1.0 and 1.1 are actually pretty different. Like they did change a decent amount. Because 1.0 has access to a lot more than 1.1. Okay, that's fine. It was still messed up? Oh, okay. I think the one time I tried it, it seemed to work properly. Okay, 350. I mean, that's fine. Oh, I'll compare to balanced again. You'd see the highlight of the spurs, but they wouldn't gray out. Oh, okay. I know in Breath of the Wild, if you do it, they're grayed out when they are actually usable. Interesting. Okay, that makes sense, I guess. Yeah, that there was like kind of a change. Sure. Really good at menuing? Thank you. Yeah, it's a lot of practice muscle memory. No, the armor porgy is gonna be clutch. Trust. I'll cook defense up for Calamity. Oh, also, I got some Sprite. Have any chatters gotten Sprite like they were thinking of getting? Yeah, this should be pretty good. No bug. Yeah. I mean, I alternate. I have a couple of different types. You had Sprite today. Let's go. But yeah, right here I have 3 porgies, I think. Okay, 116. Yeah, I hit the rock because I was looking up, so I kind of didn't avoid it. But despite that, it was still pretty fast. Like a good ginger ale. Ginger ale is like, yeah, it's all right, pretty good. I just don't have it very often. Arnold Palmer. Not really, no. Yeah, I should probably not mess this up. Oh, have a good night, Tooney. Okay, so we go here. One of these. Try it again. Oh no, yeah, that's a bit low. That's not what I want. Your knee, oh no. Dude, what did you do? Did you take an arrow to the knee? Get shot by... by someone? Think you just sat weird? Classic. Okay, that was bad. Apply to when? Oh, pause champ. Okay, we're probably good. Going in with a doom and gloom mindset. That's what I always say. As long as your expectations are at the bottom, if they're 0, then you can't be disappointed. That's right. Be a pessimist. That way, things will go better than you expect.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie
Oh
après
man.
ton long sommeil.
Yeah, get the place first, and then you can go to the restaurants. Oh yeah, how did that end up, like, concluding? They just ask you a few questions. Do you solve a crime? But you can't have an apartment with no good food nearby? Oh, true. Actually, yeah. You gotta make sure.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi.
You got doorbell cam footage. Mm-hmm.
Réveille-toi.
Consult the tapes.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah.
Yo, I'm glad you know how to
Elle
spell
te
store.
montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
All right. Let's buckle up, get ourselves out of SOR. You weren't wearing your seatbelt. Of course not. They don't force you to wear a seatbelt while running. I mean, does wearing headphones count? They're like wired. HTSA. Oh man. Or no, I think it's the Nitsa is how you're supposed to say it. Dude, that was cool, yeah. But that wasn't
Réveille-toi.
for seatbelt safety. It was actually for speeding.
Réveille-toi.
They didn't tell me to tell you guys to buckle your seatbelts. Only to make sure you're following the posted speed limit.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Your endgame loads for your other V1 unmodded are identical to your modded Switch. Interesting. I guess you need that OLED. Just trade some dominoes for it again. Curious about Craig though? Yeah. I mean I've only gotten there once, so who knows. Could have been a fluke, but yeah, that was pretty cool. Your mom's loads are identical. What is this? Women's History Month and you're making your mum jokes? A little disrespectful. Would you ever stream a Nuzlocke? Maybe, yeah. We'll see. Branching into other kinds of content, more variety stuff.
Réveille-toi.
And yeah, I've been watching a lot of Pichal Daily. Um,
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Yeah, Nuzlocks are very interesting. You'd flame me if I did a Nuzlocke. Well, that's fine. You'd laugh every time a Pokemon died. Yeah, well, it is for your entertainment, so... Fair game. 44. Okay, that's pretty good. You love watching Nuzlocks? Yeah, they're actually, like, really good content. I don't know. I actually went and watched Small Hand's video on Kaizo Ironmon, and now I understand what the rules and kind of what's going on in a Kaizo Ironmon. And it's still such a bizarre like challenge for me. Like I don't really understand what makes it so popular. Because you see people start up Kaizo Ironmon and then their viewership just jumps.
Dirige-toi vers le lieu que
People
t'indique
eat
la
that up.
carte de la tablette Sheikah.
It's simply too much. I don't know, it's just so much like randomness. And like I'm sure there's a lot of strategy involved, but also a lot of it is just, oh, did the RNG line up? Is this Pokemon capable? Did you get enough healing items? $233, 201. That's all right. It's really hard to get a run going. Yeah, for sure. Especially because like, just looking at it, the way it's set up is once you get through a certain amount, like you can only get experience from fighting trainers, and so things start to open up, you start to level up a lot, and then most fights are gonna be like really easy because you just plow through, go back heal, and you'll be like over leveled for a lot of trainers. But that's once you've gotten a run going. There's no way that was gonna work. I need to get these inputs in line. It's all RNG, which is fun to a point. Yeah, I think I like the reason I like Nuzlocke is because it feels like there's a lot of strategy going on. And there's still like a lot of luck involved. But you're like building your team based on what box you got. You know, thinking about the AI, what moves they're gonna use, pivoting around it. And it's like each time it, you know, you're gonna have a different box. So it's like a new challenge to figure out how to do the same like trainer. At least for like a hardcore Nuzlocke. It's been really fun to like watch, and you know my brain is not following everything, but you know I'm trying. Jump into the next content portal. Yeah, I don't know. It's weird because like it seems like such a big jump to go from, you know, Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom speedrunning to like anything else. And not to mention, I'm just like still very motivated to do speedruns. I don't know, we'll see.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Yo, what's up, Runaway? How's it going? It's going great. Even though I actually haven't gotten that many runs past bombs, I just feel amazing. Can't wait to see this Elden Ring playthrough. Oh yeah, if I PB, I'll probably start Elden Ring like... I don't think I would start it until next week. Because I'd have to like... So I have it on the PS5. I'd have to get it all set up to stream. PS5. Yep. We got one. It was actually quite the ordeal, you know, because those were very, very hard to get.
Link, dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
$231. $231. That's right. You know it. Have I ever gotten a 231 in my life? Maybe once. Maybe once. And here we are. Still gotta figure out sub 230. But definitely getting there. New PB. I got a plat PB with amiibo scans. Okay, I'm throwing right now. But it's fine, because, like, I'm there, you know? I locked in. kind of losing it. But we're good.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Can you tell Noman to accept your trade offer? Yo, Noman, I hear Mikey's got a killer trade offer for you. You'd have to be a dummy not to accept it.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Like, are you a noob? Come on. Oh, have a good night, Hyper. Don't be a noob. Accept Mikey's trade offer. Okay, pretty good. P5 noob. What would that even be? A picture of Noman or something? If I just changed it to Noob Man instead of Noman.
Link.
Yeah, what's up, Kurosok?
Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Yeah, 202, that's fine. $234, yeah, that's not great. How's it been tonight? It's been phenomenal. Like, the universe finally makes sense. My title is not clickbait. I figured it out. Yeah, that was good. Which I learned that the switch I was running on before was slow. So I was losing a ton of time on loads. Honestly, like, getting a 347 off of a 234 entry, that just didn't happen before. Ate too much Taco Bell. Oh no. Would you agree that any Taco Bell is too much Taco Bell? Is that why the world loads were so inconsistent? Well, actually, the world loads were pretty consistent. They were just consistently slow. And it's not just world loads. Oh, this one I should have. Okay, I kind of messed up that. That was perfect RNG. But yeah, all of the loads that I was getting were slow. A 146 entry is good. New device, yeah, it's not a new Switch. Like I didn't buy a new one. I just had a different one. Alright, that was bad. Yeah, what's up, Sawyer? Yeah, basically, Judge. This is my version 2 Switch. It's unmodded. I've got digital Breath of the Wild downloaded. But yeah, it's a newer Switch than the like version 1, which are like really easy to homebrew. Yo, what's up, Dame? That was still a 59. Still a 114? Dude. Dude, that's sick. Oh, hello, Sawyer. How am I? I'm doing amazing. It's probably the best I've felt in a long while. I'm just so excited. They use a different Switch for Tears of the Kingdom. So I was using the same Switch that I was running on like yesterday for Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, that was kind of bad. I gotta figure this out. Just did your first Aerosmuggle flight to Ultrahan. Let's go. GG. Yeah, Aero Smuggle Flight's kind of it's weird at the beginning, but then it gets pretty good. I have a bunch of that is fun. Good game. Oh man. Yeah, what's up, Jaybird? Hello, Tom. Telling you to hold ZL. Oh yeah, there's like a lot of inputs that go into it that you gotta like figure out, but then once you figure it out, like it's not too bad. Did you miss a background color change? Or are you just drunk? Let's see, 57 minutes ago, Kazuma had switched it to yellow. That's the latest. Let's see, you gotta start learning these 1.2.1 strats. Yeah, there's apparently something new that might save a bunch of time if it works out.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Oh, hello, Zesty. Yeah, it's gone because I actually am playing on a different Switch. So I don't have access to the input display. Which is unfortunate. Who knows, like, that could have also been impacting performance. I'm not sure if it would be by much. I don't think it would be, but... You know, at this point, there's a lot. There must have been a lot contributing, because, like, I was losing a lot of time. Oh, you know how you do BLSS? I was thinking I could do, like, a hand cam or something. Although, hand cams are kind of a little uncomfortable. Because there's just a camera pointed at my crotch.
Link.
153 gaming.
Link.
What meat gorp
Dirige-toi
would
vers
you
le
give up
lieu que
forever?
t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
I don't know. .233 with a 202. Yeah, that's good. Is homebrew just slow? Maybe. Although I feel like... Yeah, I wonder. Maybe if I like removed almost everything off my homebrewed Switch, besides what I actually need, maybe it would make it faster. But it's still like, there's so much time that I'm losing. Yeah, I'm flubbing these inputs a lot. Pork. Wait, what are the other options? Pork, fish, beef, and chicken. Oh, definitely fish. Fish is gone. Easy. Dude, pork is like so many Asian dishes use pork. Same for fish. Yeah, but I don't like fish. Probably beef because of the environmental impact. I could see that, yeah. Too much farting. Hey, what's up, Keys? I feel like fish is the most unique. Probably, yeah. Not the methane. Yeah, but that's funnier. If you think about the cows farting causing environmental problems.
Réveille-toi.
Oh, have a good night, Karma. No fish means no sushi. Yeah, I'm not really a fan of raw fish.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
You've been watching One Piece
Elle te
recently and it's really
montrera la
good.
voie après ton long sommeil.
It's definitely... If you're gonna watch the anime, do not watch it, like, without One Piece. Because it's bad. Personally, I've never watched the anime. I would say read the manga if you're gonna follow One Piece. But yeah, if you do decide you want to watch the anime, then make sure it's One Piece. Which, really, I feel like my suggestion would be like read the manga, and then if you want to watch the anime, just like pick your favorite moments to watch animated. That's just gonna be a lot more enjoyable, I would say, for way less time. Yo, Fluke, thanks for the good luck in the 31 months. That's insane.
Ouvre les yeux.
After 400 episodes. Yeah, see, like, the time it takes you to watch 400 episodes, you'd already be caught up in the manga.
Réveille-toi.
You're the opposite. You only like fish when it's raw, unless it's salmon or shrimp.
Réveille-toi.
Yeah, no, I just don't like fish in general. I guess cooked fish is fine. Like raw fish, I've had it more recently, and it's like, it's okay, but, you know, I don't prefer it to, like, other meats. I don't think I would ever really choose it. Oh, have a good night, Bionic Donkey. Can we all accept that shrimp is not that good? Yeah, I'm down. Okay, we got the torch. Stick to shorter shows. That's fair. Valid.
Link, dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
I do remember. Wait, there was. I think when I initially switched to homebrew, I noticed that the like shield surf down to Temple of Time was like slower. I was getting a lot more lag, so I had to like try to look up. To kind of avoid the lag. $234. No, I didn't watch it. Because I haven't really watched any anime. I will at some point. Yeah, Zipguardian. Missing out on the sense of community you get with the longer shows. I feel like for me, I guess that's not really a... Really? That didn't work? I can't do Gamer Win Bomb today. Yeah, it's not really like a consideration, I guess. Yeah, probably turn less. Let's see, how many of those would I actually watch? Probably like one. Hibiki Euphonium. Season 3. It's pronounced Free Ren, yep. Okay. When I read it and pronounced it Fryren. I feel like Frie. I probably jumped to like fried. My Hero Season 7? No, I'm like barely reading that. My Hero, I'm not a big fan. I will finish it. It's getting close to the end, but it's rough. You mean Goat Hero? Nope. I do not mean Goat Hero. Nope, I actually said what I meant to say. Yo, what's up, Theo? It really did. Fell off pretty hard.
Ouvre les yeux.
Yeah, my take on My Hero Academia is that it should have taken things slower.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Thank you, MZ.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
I think you meant to say it is the best show ever. No, I dropped the anime after the slideshow when Mirio fought was it Chisaki? I was so disappointed. I was like, there's no way. You just took the most hype fight of the arc and then you made it pictures. You might as well read the manga. You're probably gonna get more like frames. And then they, blew their animation budget on the fight at the end with Midoriya, and it's like, yeah, but it looks kind of, I'm sure it's a lot of work, but like, it's just him flying around with a bunch of green.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Like, I feel like the way All Might would move around and like use his, abilities was a lot more kind of appealing. But yeah, I think my favorite moment from My Hero Academia was Todoroki versus Midoriya in the tournament. Like overall, I just feel like they should have spent more, and it's like weird to say, but they should have spent more time doing like school stuff instead of, oh, the world is ending, drama. Like they never made it to year 2 in school before things kind of popped off.
Ouvre les yeux.
Any 80-year-old One Punch fans waiting for season 3? Wait, didn't it get announced? But it's like the same studio.
Réveille-toi.
So it's gonna be
Réveille-toi.
okay. Yeah, yeah. That's the one.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te
Like I
montrera la
don't
voie
think
après
it's
ton long sommeil.
the worst anime ever. It's just compared to season 1, the quality is so disappointing. Yeah, like it's not bad compared to like, an average anime, but it's just not quite what I wanted. Holy moly. Yeah, it's one of the, what is it? I've been reading One Punch Man, the manga. I didn't read the webcomic. But yeah, it's pretty good. Some really, really well done panels.
Ouvre les yeux.
Weren't a fan of Katara in the live action. I don't think I'm gonna watch that.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
How is it overall?
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Good overall. The casting's hit or miss. I see. Dude, what is going on? Started watching the Percy Jackson series, and then for Gore to keep watching. Dude, they better keep the Hoover Dam part of it. That was iconic. Yeah, I can't say iconic anymore. That one YouTube commenter got mad.
Ouvre les yeux.
Yeah, okay, so one of my YouTube shorts, which you guys should all go watch if you haven't. It was the one about cryo BTB.
Réveille-toi.
And I said bullet time bounces are one of the most iconic glitches in Breath of the Wild. And they got mad. They're like, stop overusing iconic. Or not everything is iconic. Stop overusing the word. There's like,
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
huh?
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
You bounce that boy? You don't think that's iconic? Like, everybody knows it. If you've been following along with, like, Breath of the Wild glitches. But, no, I overuse it. Well, I think it's just people in general overuse it, is their point. Like, not specifically me. What is going on? Why am I not clipping through? 50? Oh, hot dog, thanks for the 9-month resub. It's called bullet time bounce. Yes, I used bullet time bounce in the actual short. But the idea is that so many people know it. And sure, a lot of people know it because Small Ant calls it bounce that boy. But that doesn't take away from the fact that it's iconic. This dude was adamant that several meant 7.
Ouvre les yeux.
7, several. I mean, like, I can kind of see where where they got that, but it's also wrong. Wow.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
You'd agree that people tend to overuse it? Yeah, I could see that being the argument. And like that's fine to make that argument.
Prends cette
Just
tablette, Sheikah.
specifically to call out
Elle te
the use of it
montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
is so wrong. Because I think if you were to associate any glitch with Breath of the Wild speedrunning, it's gonna be BTBs or wind bombs. Jeez, man. I actually can't clip out. So maybe I'm gonna stop doing... Oh, maybe I'm just holding too far left. A couple is 2 to 4-ish. Oh, see? That's what you meant by a couple. The couple incident. Oh yeah, there's this one person in chat that got very heated about me using couple. It's like, oh, a couple of seconds. Couple means 2. Where I use it to mean a few. Which, like, to be so adamant about a couple only meaning 2, I think is kind of weird. Right? Like,
Ouvre les yeux.
in your own definition, sure, totally fair to say a couple is always 2, but to nitpick my use of a couple as, 3 or 4, who cares? It's not a big deal.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Nothing matters. We all just become dust. Who cares about two? True. Just that one emote. There we are. Thank you, Vig. Let's see. I am nothing compared to the entire scale of the universe. I think that's what it is. Or something similar. Hey, what's up, Neil? Thanks for the good looks. Wait, did I get it wrong?
Link.
My existence is nothing but a grain of sand compared to the entire scale of the universe.
Dirige-toi vers le lieu
Yeah, I was a
qu'indique
little
la
bit off.
carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Just got your SMS goal time. Yo. GG. What was the goal time? $232. That's fine. Sub 430. Nice. Got a 158 chest off a 116 entry. That's interesting. Yeah, I wonder. I guess that means the like the claymores loading in sooner. Did you see that? This is insane. A 346? I never got that before. Actually crazy. But not me. I'm not crazy. Nope. Never have been, never will be. Well, maybe not never, but have a good night, Veg. Hello, bringers. The runs are actually not very good overall, but the vibes are phenomenal. I've unlocked the secret.
Hey.
How is that still sub 2? It's not necessarily just homebrew, but it seems like maybe homebrew could be part of it. Just different switches are gonna have different load times. I'm using a version 2 switch as well, so it's like newer hardware on top of not being homebrewed. You might compare castle cutscene loads. That makes sense, yeah. It'd be a good to look at. Because yeah, I was losing so much time. Dude, look at that. Look. Do you see it? 6.7 ahead of PB. A 346. That was almost a 345. And that's a 345 almost without a ragdoll cancel. With a 232 entry. That was bad. But a ragdoll cancel can forgive a lot. Are you shocked by how goated you are? No, I'm shocked because... So I was running on a slow switch. When I compared my load times to Trevor and Koroks, I was losing like... I lost 6 seconds to Trevor's plat PB and 8 seconds to Koroks's from just loads. And so I don't think I'm like playing that much better. I'm just getting faster loads now because I switched consoles. Yo, what's up, Yonduino? Okay, this is actually a problem though. I can't hit this wind bomb. I actually can't hit any wind bombs today. Hey, what's up, Vivo? Who invented wind bombs? It wasn't me. You don't have to blame me. Wait, it was Sadogashi, right? They're actually called Bills? Who's Bill? You're losing 6 seconds just on loads. Yeah, so I compared, you know, my plat PB to Korok's and Trevor's, and I lost 6 seconds compared to Trevor on plateau, and then I lost 8 seconds to Korok's on loads, where world loads made up. So for, yeah, I think world loads I lost 4 seconds. It was like half of the time loss for loads compared to Korok's PB was world loads. And then for Trevor's, I think it was like, is it 2.5? So probably like 3.5 seconds. How important is the height of the platform? Not super important. Oh, CS Sawyer. It just needs to be high enough to get bullet time. Like, it does make a difference technically, but it's such a small amount. And like, the higher it is, like, there's a wind bomb where you get more height. And so if the platform is higher, you might hit the ceiling too early. Do I know the reason? Oh, I was using a different switch, and apparently that switch has slow loads, which could be because of homebrew. Could be because it was a version 1 switch, which isn't required for homebrew, but is... Okay, that's really bad. I should not be doing that, ever. But yeah, it's like today, after switching switches, I golded 2 splits. Got a BTT segment for... what is it? For entering castle. Do I have a kneecap I'm not using? No. I'm actually using both. A real shame. I wouldn't say so. I quite like using both my kneecaps. Are you getting more Craig loads? Like every time? No way. Wait, that was actually like perfect. Okay, maybe I want to do that instead. Yeah, see, that was, I turned too much, I think. Yeah, okay, we'll try it. I think I know what I should be doing. Even if the bow isn't already loaded, it loads as you kill him, which never happens on the other. Yeah, I would have that happen a couple of times, like every once in a while, but usually that was after the moblin had not loaded in, so it was like still not ideal. No, have a good night, Prographs fan. Thanks for the good luck.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Yeah, it's not great, but you know, I'm pretty happy
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
because
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
I have a switch that I can use that has good loads. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. I think for me, there's no way I could have slower loads than I had before, so. Has anyone ever tested that? So I went through and like just checked my load times. I haven't tested for like homebrew versus non-homebrew of the same Switch.
Link.
Yeah, I kind of just assumed I was
Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la
losing
carte de la
time
tablette
to
Sheikah.
the BLSS just being slower. Like the technique I was using was bad, but then it turns out that's very wrong. Yeah, like I know like we knew that different switches had different load times. Digital was faster than physical. But yeah, like homebrew versus non-homebrew. Or like version 1 versus version 2. Oh. Yeah, that I don't know. Because I don't know if the loads for like everything have been tested. Because it's like harder to kind of it'd be kind of annoying to try and test world loads for the whole run. Yeah, I can't hit this right now. Yeah, to see whether or not one switch is strictly better. That's not gonna work. Oh, that's not what I wanted. Whatever. Switch to, yep. Then you can buy your fancy new Switch 2
Ouvre les yeux.
and have gate load all the time.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
I look forward to it. Let it overheat. Yeah, you need like temperature
Prends
control
cette tablette Sheikah.
throughout the run. Well,
Elle te
really, it's just one
montrera la voie
spot where
après
you
ton
want
long
it to
sommeil.
not load. And then you need to like quickly cool it so that the loads are better. Just deep fry it. I think we're talking about different things. Everything is better deep fried. Are you like American? Yeah, they should add potatoes to the next one. You got gate once in 20 tries.
Ouvre les yeux.
But were the loads consistent on the slide over? No. I see.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
120 entries. That's wild.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Digital, you got 6 loaded out of a bunch. Well, you gotta go for the faster console. Are you kidding me? Dude, I actually am... I need to stop pre-turning. Some days I can hit it, some days I can't. I feel like today I've just not been hitting it, so I should switch back. Fastest you got was a 1. Monk at you. The sword took 10 years to load. Yeah, it's like the fact that the 110 entry I got earlier had a faster, or it was like faster overall, is interesting than the 105 entry I got. Easy solution, you're right. I don't know how I didn't think of that.
Réveille-toi.
Yeah, you just pop it in.
Réveille-toi.
And then pop it out.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah.
It's like
Elle te montrera
for
la
Tears of the
voie
Kingdom,
après
you
ton long
gotta
sommeil.
switch versions mid-run. Enjoy, Koroks. So when I said I wasn't gonna pre-turn, I lied. Okay, I lied. We're gonna do this. Yeah, we're gonna try and fight the muscle memory. Yeah, so when I say pre-turn, I mean while I'm running over to the edge or to the the ledge. If I start turning my camera while I'm running, that's pre-turning. Like I turn the camera as I'm like stepping up or like after I jump, but yeah, any camera turning before that would be what I call pre-turning. Even though I guess it's both, like in both cases it's pre-turning the camera, but like entry means when you finish climbing and start running inbounds.
Ouvre les yeux.
Yeah, it would be anytime I... So like for castle, it would be when I like fly through the gate the moment I enter.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
The beginning of the run. Oh yeah, we were talking about Castle.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Okay, this is actually kind of a problem. Like, I spent so much of today resetting SOR, despite like I just can't do SOR today. See ya, Guardian. Just one of those days. Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe different switches have different
Ouvre les yeux.
different SOR clips. Copium.
Réveille-toi.
Yeah, I have a different switch today.
Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Sure. You know, it's sub 45. Like, that's good enough. Got body blocked.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Okay, 201. Yeah, that's pretty okay. Victory hop. Is this the run? No. But that was still a 234. Please, man, let me get out of bombs. It's too much of a turn. Not enough of a turn. Yeah, no, this is like kind of, this is annoying because like I just need to get out of bombs and I think everything else. Well, I can't do wind bombs today, I guess. That's my problem. Which applies not to just gamer, but also I've messed up mag a couple times, as well as stasis. What is he doing? I am practicing. If you see me reloading, doing the same thing over and over, that's because I am practicing. Good up, guards. Hey, what's up, Leviathan? Doing pretty well. I'm starting to get annoyed by my inability to do bombs today. Because I'm like... There's so much that is going right today. Just, I can't get to that part of the run because I lost the muscle memory for like everything that isn't. Like, I don't think that's gonna work. Why is that so bad? Okay, I made that work. But I had to really adjust as I entered bullet time way too soon. Okay, that was bad. Another big adjustment there, which I guess is good. Like, even if the wind bomb itself is slower, because I have to adjust, as long as I get the wind bomb, it's fine. Okay, we'll try it. Newest Paragold. Yes. 132 Paragold. Of course. But the newest one is the one that has newest in the title. Yeah, I always when I'm cutting up my golds, because I also went through and yeah, like I go and retime it right before. So I just put in the time,
Réveille-toi.
or I know like roughly what time it's supposed to be, and then I retime it
Réveille-toi.
specifically with like frame counting after. Newest Paragold. It's like
Prends
Newcastle.
cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle
It'll
te
always be the
montrera la
newest
voie après ton long sommeil.
until something else newer comes along. I did the thing again. 45, man. I can't do it. I can't clip out of SOR. It's frustrating. Because like everything else, I think like you need to clip out of SOR to do the rest of the run. Yeah, I'm gonna go to the bathroom actually. So I will be right back. Went to sleep at 10:30 a.m. Yo. I went to sleep at 8 a.m. The club of people going to sleep after the sun has come up. I was gonna go to sleep at like 6, and then I was busy timing things.
Ouvre les yeux.
So I have blackout curtains. Yeah, the curtains, like, they block out the light really well. It's just they don't cover the full window. Like, the way they're set up, they just
Réveille-toi.
don't cover it entirely, so light
Réveille-toi.
kind of leaks through the sides. Are you kidding? Have you considered a larger curtain? Kind of. Yo, is it Paul? Your switch you've been using on the same file setup is getting 202 off 110 entries. Have you timed the cutscene? Like load? To see the difference? You're recording these so you'll time them? Okay. That'd be interesting. Do you get better entry times on one switch compared to the other?
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
They seem the same, but then one just has better like loads inside.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
As long as it has
Elle te
better loads
montrera la voie après
like
ton long
everywhere
sommeil.
in general, then that's the important part. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think the thing that stuck out to me about the one earlier is that the claymore loaded super quickly. Dude, I just can't catch a break, man. Why have I forgotten how to SOR clip? Did they actually make the wall more solid? One of those days. Oh, you know, my gold, with the 105 entry, that has Razor Shroom,
Ouvre les yeux.
which I kind of forgot about. So I got a 155, which probably ties the 155 I got in the 105 entry. But then I also had to get razor shroom, so I probably lost like 3 seconds. So it would have been like a even faster. But that was also like, that's such a weird. Segment because it's
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
yeah, it was on a homebrewed Switch. It was just like 1 in a million or something. Okay, I'll take that.
Link. Link. Dirige-toi
I
vers
feel
le lieu
like
que t'indique la carte de la tablette
loads in
Sheikah.
this game it's definitely something I should have looked at earlier. It's just annoying having to retime loads. Still at 234. Twitter really wants to show you a video of a girl vaping on a plane. Oh, dude, the last couple of days, Twitter's been great for me. It's just a bunch of cats. Okay, this is not great. That's fine. We're out of bombs. You've been using Twitter again? Oh no. What happened? Do we need an intervention? You're right, yeah, silly me. I'm too used to Cheers of the Kingdom.
Hey.
Really? Really? That's where I have to stand? It's okay. You hit not interested so many times. Yeah, it's weird how unresponsive Twitter is to that not interested button. It's like you'll click it on an ad, right? And then the same exact ad appears like 5 tweets down. It's like, or you go back to the top of your timeline and it should know that you're not interested, and then it shows you the same one. It's like, do you not know what it means when I say not interested? You go to specific pages. Oh, that makes sense, yeah. The algorithm.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
You never got into social
Prends
media when you
cette
were
tablette
younger?
Sheikah.
Yeah, I feel like for me,
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
I go on Twitter, but my timeline's pretty decent. It's just like either art, speedrunning, or cats. Cats, dogs, bunnies. Although sometimes it gets into the like random popular stuff, like popular meme accounts or whatnot, and those are kind of, they show up way too often. Never use the For You page. True. I probably should switch it to the like following. Any ferrets? Not yet, but I would be down. I think ferrets, if I remember correctly, ferrets are like illegal in California.
Link. Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
$232, pretty insane. Bitten by a donkey. Yikes. Bit by a horse? Oh no. Did you bite back? What's the issue? I don't remember. That should work. Okay, that one's really good, actually. Oh, have a good night, Meryl. Dude, these 346s are kind of crazy. Yeah, 6 seconds ahead. Oh, there you go. They're too aggressive.
Hey.
Okay. Still a 150 entry, sure. A pet monkey. Somehow I don't think so. Don't imagine that would go very well. A massive pig. Nope. Let's let's not. Maybe like a cat. I'm thinking a cat would be good. They didn't lie. Was there a picture of, like, you getting bit right below the sign? That'd be perfect framing. Okay, 115 is fine. It was just a mirror. Oh man. Oh no. Let's not call people donkeys. Especially during Women's History Month. That'll do. Yeah, that's good. Not quite my best split time. Yeah, there's no way that was gonna work. Shouldn't have tried it, probably. $116, meh. Yeah, I might have to ban Gordon Ramsay from my chat if he ever shows up. Isn't 1128 my... Okay, it's not my PBE. But it's not bad. I just like changed my comparison here. Because I'm running against balanced.
Hey.
That's fine. I think I don't lose time? Maybe? Oh, I actually saved 2.2 seconds. Wait, what? See? Okay, this is the crazy part. My load right there was so much better than normal. That was like a 1/16 entry into the cutscene, and it's still saving 2 seconds. Like normally when I like shield surf directly into the cutscene trigger, I get just like bad loads, so it ends up being slow anyway. Holodynamic. That was still a 110? What a weird world we live in. What a bizarre castle, man. I'm not used to this. I just climbed like 2 walls, but also there's like no world load when I drop down. $156. See, like that's good. That's like really, really good. Okay, that's bad. But let's see. Really? Really? Like, for real? Okay, I mean, this run is dead, but... Really and truly, Link got stuck in the, like, out-of-bounds collision above. Weird. I don't think that's gonna work. It's like too high up. Yeah, what's up, LK? One of the worst. That was the slowest attack I've ever seen. Well, not quite. I wasn't able to get 2 hits in, or 4 hits, I guess. It's like a second faster than anything you've ever gotten. Yeah, I don't know. It's crazy. It's just doesn't make any sense. But we take those. Okay, 202. Hello, Alex. Well, if your other switch fixes it, then that'd be good. I guess it'd be interesting to see how the plateau stuff works out. With your other switch. Yeah. This was slow, but like still a 302. Dude, that was a 302 with a like 36 phase 1 water blight. Dude, the bomb is... Oh, I hit that. That was going so good. What was I gonna do phase 2? Just keep on parrying until he dies? I ran out of weapons. Yeah. Honestly, once you get to like the wall parry stuff, things start to get a little bit weird. Right? Because when he's on the wall and does like there's two that are easy to parry, and then the like long charge laser, I can't get the timing for it. Yeah, Gumston, I'll be sticking primarily to this. But at the same time, I have a sub goal for Tears of the Kingdom blindfolded. So it's not like I'm done with Tears of the Kingdom speedruns forever. Oh, how's it going, Moist? The runs today pretty bad, except when they get past bombs, and then they're pretty good.
Prends cette
He
tablette,
hates
Sheikah.
Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, it's true.
Elle te montrera la voie
I
après
hate
ton
it.
long sommeil.
I think it's the worst game ever. The thing that sealed the deal? Intro number 500. Has Bubsia done Tears of the Kingdom blindfolded? No, but Saber has. And so has Livy. So it's been done a couple times. I believe that Bubsia is currently working on like SM64 blindfolded primarily. Has been for a while. So hasn't tried it out. Dude, there's so many videos that'll like show up in the YouTube recommended that are like Tears of the Kingdom. Oh, I guess this one is like an actual video that I remember the title of. A disappointing masterpiece. Or bad review of Tears of the Kingdom. So that you click it. And they give a bad review. But there are like so many of them.
Ouvre les yeux.
Actually, stinky doo-doo game? Wait, Vivo, when's the video? Pause champ. I'd click that. You only know of Bubsia from the newest Summoning Salt video? Yeah, I mean... There's a lot of people... Like, speedrunning is one of those things where... There are just so many games, right? So most people are gonna only know about a runner for some...
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie
Or
après ton long
there's a lot of
sommeil.
people who only know certain speedrunners because of Summoning Salt. But yeah, blindfold is a really cool challenge. Yeah, I'd imagine that's another one. Dude, how many views does that video even have? The one exposing the fake blindfolded run. I've had the pleasure of commentating multiple of Bubsia's blindfolded Breath of the Wild speedruns.
Ouvre les yeux.
I think the skill set that he has developed transfers really well between games. So like he knows
Réveille-toi.
kind of how to look for strategies. And then also just being
Réveille-toi.
really good at beat counting in general. How do you fake a blindfolded run? Yeah, you'd have something like that's like see-through,
Prends cette
or
tablette,
there's
Sheikah.
an extra monitor or something.
Elle te montrera
can
la
be
voie
looking at.
après ton long sommeil.
There was a fake blindfolded run pretty recently for Monster Hunter. Where I think they were looking at a different screen or something. Oh, Zist, thanks for the gifted sub. Oh, that's good. There we are. There's a third monitor. Yeah, imagine having 3 monitors. I don't think it's... How uncommon is that? Like, I have 2. I don't know where I'd fit a 3rd monitor on this desk. You want those blindfolded runs? Yeah, I think it'll be fun.
Link. Link.
$50, 720p.
Dirige-toi vers le
Right.
menu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Put OBS on it. Yeah, I just have OBS behind other windows. So I always have to like click over if frames are dropping. I also don't like having the like a second gameplay stream. So like I have the monitor with Breath of the Wild on it, and I don't like having gameplay to the side. It distracts me. Both of your monitors were provided by your employment. Do you have to give them back if you ever leave the company? You won't get fired. That's a good plan. Oh yeah, I mean, 3 monitors, like, I could see it being useful. I don't know where I'd put the 3rd one. Sure, that's fine. Gotta get a bigger desk. I have like almost an L-shaped desk. I guess it is, kind of, but it's yeah, the way it works is I've got a bookshelf to the left. That's like, I don't know, at a certain level. Maybe like in line with my elbows. And then there's a plank of wood that my brother bought from IKEA that has 2 legs attached to it that rests on top of the bookshelf. Are there books in the bookshelf? No, I don't think so. Oh, there's actually a... Yeah, the place the PC is like right there. Oh, that's pretty good. No, no! Are you kidding? These chests are like actually insane. Got a 10-second stasis slope from step up. Yeah. It's probably fine. Homebrew just sucks, but it's like only for castle. I guess castle you have to load a lot more things. Yeah, I've been noticing like the treasure chests they're fighting back. Yeah, I'll save it back in castle when I don't get the tutorial prompt. What a wind bomb. Hello, ZFR. Welcome in. Okay, that's fine. That was a really bad slide. Oh, have a good night, MZ. Thank you. Isolde Bow? I'm not sure what you're trying to ask. 80% TAS when? I mean, the BTT is being worked on, which is not a TAS. But yeah, I don't think anyone's trying to work on a full game TAS for this. At the moment.
Réveille-toi.
Breath of the Wild. Reload.
Réveille-toi.
So I'm doing a speed run. So if I mess up, then I restart. I'm trying to beat the game as fast as possible.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
You'd love to see what Tassers could do. Yeah, I mean, so right now, I think tassing on Switch is not quite as solid as tassing on older consoles. Which is a big reason. It would be really cool. But the closest we have right now is the best theoretical time, which is it's like a spliced run. Are there any tricks that are TAS only? Well, there isn't really like TAS stuff at the moment. If you mean like... Yeah, so I don't think there are any tricks that require tasks to be able to be input. Right, like, I don't know, fast accelerations in SMB, where you have to be like pressing
Link,
2 inputs very, very, very close together.
dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Stuff like that. I don't think there's really any... Which of course when I like break up SMB, what, Nifty is getting very close to a perfect run. $234. I remember hearing somebody say that SMO is getting a task or something. Somebody was working on a full game task. Alternate universe? Are we, what is this, Mario? You know, in another timeline, you could BLSS up. Vertical. BLSS.
Hey.
Gotta get better at picking up fish. Gotta work on my fishing. Because I don't really want to be picking up an armored carp. You have 15 stam foods to be able to glide from castle to GP. Wouldn't that be fun? Oh yeah, he's been grinding for a long while. Yeah, I think the way Hundo kind of works is like, you know, people approach it differently. And I think Ikurupan, has been doing a lot of practice. Okay, it's probably fine. Yeah, 645 still. So I say Hundo. Maybe. Do I think I would ever play FF7 Remake and Rebirth? Probably not. $58, yeah, that was good. $113 entry. It makes so much sense now. I'm getting these like good slides now. That was insane though. The world loads on the first slide, I got like 1 and it wasn't even that large. Oh, that was close. 213. Okay, this might be a gold. Oh, almost. .5 off. I'm a little surprised that was 0.5 off. Yeah, that's not gonna work. Too early bullet time, I think. Okay, second try is fine. $122. Oh no. Oh no. That's not good. Your splits say your castle gold is 5 seconds faster than any footage you can find. Oh. The splits are never wrong. Surely. Dude, a 903 is kind of crazy. Wait, you can definitely get sub 9. Isn't that nuts? Like sub 9 with amiibo skins. Sheesh, pretty fast. I mean, maybe it's been done already by Koroks. Or Trevor. Ooh, look at that, plus 14. Theoretical any percent time would net a high 21. Currently it's like a 2120. That's probably going to be lowered by quite a bit. In the near future. If you look up BTT Breath of the Wild, there's a version 1 and a version 2. Version 2 is like a 2120, I think. If I remember correctly. If only they didn't have to be in French. I mean, there's nothing wrong with the run being in French. Like, it's totally fine. But yeah. It does beg, no wait, it does invite a lot of questions. So yeah, I definitely think it'd be interesting to see how it would go if it wasn't in French. Okay, this should actually be really good. Yeah, I was about to die. Sometimes you jump out of the slide and you're so close to the top of TOT. Okay, 2 seconds. Yeah, that's pretty good. 1301. Dude, balance splits are crazy. Also, I would like to point out that I was -8 from balanced. I feel like these castle slides just feel so much smoother. Oh, there it is. The first bad slide. But I also kind of flubbed. I mean, I've only gotten to this point 3 times, I think. Okay. $209. Oh, well, that's not ideal. Okay, so it can happen on the Switch where I don't have Craig loaded. Yeah, I hit the side. The like pillar thing. Seven. $34 still? Okay. I would have expected that to be slower. That's fine. $27. Sounds about right. $200. Pretty decent. That should be sub 2, I think. But when am I not? Being real. That's what speedrunning is. It's just saying numbers. Oh, 254? Sheesh. Ah, 54 phase 1. Do I think I could remember? Probably not, no. I got him. I got him. Easy clap. Did you see me deal damage with the bomb? Oh no, wait. I actually am gonna run out of time. Oh no, that didn't work. Yeah. Oh no. Okay, well, whatever. I do want to see. Yeah, like, isn't that nuts? 12.5 ahead out of stasis. And then once you're out of stasis, you could save like 10 seconds. That's like 22. Glider, I saved like 3 seconds. That'd be nuts. These time saves are gargantuan. They're giant. Yeah, like, I guess if you gave me, let's see, I can remember, so for Tears of the Kingdom 90%, you got 135 to 140. For intro, and then for TOT, it was, yeah, see, like, I'm already I'm already lost. Has identical loads, but castle seems better. Hey,
Ouvre les yeux.
no more input display, I guess. Rip. It's like an 845 goldish. The bow loaded every time. I just had one where the bow didn't load, which is mildly concerning.
Réveille-toi.
Is that for like the segment time? 845.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Yeah, no, like, okay, wait. 14... 1420. Is that an ascend time? That, like, makes sense. Yeah? Okay, we still got, some of it, I guess. I think by the end I wanted sub 1420 to be like a really, really good run. And then fuse. Well, I know GSI, right? 28 something. Maybe like 2840. But yeah, the individual split times, or like segment times, definitely not. I mean, when I was running Tears of the Kingdom, I don't think I remembered Breath of the Wild split times.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Mm. 203. Like, do you see these world loads, or lack thereof? Whose birthday is it? Well, I hope they have a good one. The optimal link talking to Per pad construct segment time. I do not. I don't think. I just know you're supposed to fly the wing into the construct. And ideally you don't have to... Really, come on. Let's not fool around, Link. I swear these stairs are so cursed. Especially if I get a ragdoll canceled, then I am more likely to mess it up. Because I'm like... I don't know. I guess I'm moving sooner than expected, so I... Yeah, it's fine.
Oh. Hey. Ah. Ah.
Are you for real, though? Like, no cap. On God. It just despawned the fish that I was looking at. And there was no chance I was gonna get there. $155. No thanks. Not on a 350 bombs. I guess the third scan still gave me like a lot of fish, so it's fine. But yeah, 155 is losing like quite a lot of time. I give myself a 3-minute mag to compare to, so that I should be able to save time easier on that split now.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Oh, have a good night, Kurosaki.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
$45 is not good, but I feel like I can't really be too picky on SOR today, because it's just not working. Hey, what's up, Brian? Like, I could sit here for probably 6 hours resetting to SOR. To try and get back to like 30, or no, 44s.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Yeah, 203. About what you would expect. $234. Honestly, wait, 234 is actually really good for that TOT time. Which, yeah, eventually I'm not going to be surprised anymore. It's going to be normal, but today it's like... It's all brand new. When I get my Breath of the Wild PB, like 10 months ago. I think it was like a week before Tears of the Kingdom came out. One-year anniversary soon. It's coming up, but it's like 2 months. Which, like, time flies. DLC, don't get your hopes up.
Oh.
They send us one more patch to get rid of all of current patch again.
Hey.
Well, I mean, yeah, if there was DLC, there would be one more patch. So, yeah, a blessing and a curse. Okay, I'm gonna grab these first. Just because I don't want it to disappear. $145 entry. I mean, I have to get Razor Shroom, but I'm definitely more of a Minesweeper fan. I've only ever done Sudoku like once or twice. Although, you know, when I did try it, it was pretty fun. I think I tried it like sometime in the last couple of years, but then, yeah, I usually just start a board and then don't finish it. Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, it's still at 645. Which is like compared to PB, yeah, like why am I saving time? Oh, that was a really good entry, yeah. Like, I can gold this, like I can gold mag for sure. I can probably gold everything. Even like bombs. Okay, that's actually fine. Probably. 116. Yeah, not quite as good. Yeah, Zuggle Overload Aerosmuggle is probably dead. Will not be missed. See, I keep on doing this. I mean, that's probably reset right there. No way. Really? Second try again? Okay, that's kind of funny. I literally pressed B because I was like, that's the wrong fish. And then I didn't get the input to swap fish. Whatever. I was like, okay, yeah, no, I don't want to eat that one. And then, whoops. Too bad. That's not gonna... Whoa, what is going on? Dude, Noman, can you believe it? I'm not a crazy person. I'm able to... Oh, whoops. To get good slides. You feel crazy? I know, right? Your old man cutscene is faster? What do you mean the cutscene is faster? By like a second? Is it like mashing? Oops. Leaving old man into scans is a second faster. Left at 103. I feel like I always leave at 104. Huh. I know, like, that's been faster for me after switching. But I assume that's because the load out of the shrine is faster. Interesting. But yeah, I'm also just not as good at mashing, I think. But I guess doing an actual comparison would probably be better. Because, like, I thought I was not as good at slides, and then it turns out it was something else. But I've looked at that before and concluded that it was just mashing. That was when I was losing, like, over a second, which I guess I'm still losing probably like a second. Does that work? No, it doesn't. Oh, that worked. I wonder if I should be practicing not throwing the torch. That would work. Would work. No, that'd be fine. Technically. That would not. What are you doing this upcoming Taco Tuesday? What's up, Goat Ham? I will probably not be eating tacos. I shouldn't have tried that one. I don't know what I'll be eating though. Tuesday? Okay, we're probably okay, right? Maybe? Dude, these... Right, 9:05 would have actually been a best split time. If not for the run I got, like... Oh, that's not gonna work. Ooh. Oh. Let me do this. The run I got, like, an hour ago, maybe? Where it was a 9:03. Yeah, okay, we're good. Oh, wait, I could check. Looking at... Where is it? I just realized that, like, I have literally all of these loads from plat PBs, or everyone's plat PBs, lined up. So if I just go here, and I say, this is loading into the shrine, then this is probably the load out of the shrine. Oh, you know, it actually was pretty even. What's that? That would be... So like 10 frames. Although, yeah, Trevor's plat PB. Meanwhile, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yep, 5. Is it like my load out of the shrine is 5 seconds slower than Trevor's? Yeah, like 15 frames, I think, because I think it was 10 frames comparing Trevor and Koroks. How many frames?
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te
Oh,
montrera la
man.
voie après ton long sommeil.
Sorry to hear that, Zam. Oh, have a good night, Zist. VIP will have to wait until tomorrow. True, but it'll be like early tomorrow, I'm guessing. Are you at 605k today? Well then, Zist would probably have to wait another few days. But actually, how long does it take to accrue 10,000? I probably could have gotten that torch.
Link. Link.
I do remember that. Yep.
Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah. $232. Nuts. Could be sub 50, so all the amiibo is worth it. Well, hopefully the chances aren't too bad. I guess Epona is guaranteed, right? Everything else is not. Oh, that is kind of nice, yeah. Is it time to go back to no amiibo waste? Go get a... I don't know, a mid 41. True. Don't blame you at all. You've seen the light, right? The light that's on the screen right now, actually. It's a very bright screen. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Let's see, Daruk is extremely RNG. Mifa's not that bad. Rivalia's to get a bow. You need a lot of them for a glitch. Don't know the percent chance. Yeah, I'd imagine it's better
Prends cette tablette Sheikah.
than Daruk. Although,
Elle
let's
te
see, Daruki you
montrera
just
la
need a
voie après
gem.
ton long sommeil.
Oh, that's like still 20 something percent, I think. Which is so rough. Making good progress for sure. You need 2 bows. I see. Get ready to get some paraglider fabric. But I guess you can only get one. Wait, does Rivali even have a fabric? They all do, right? No? Wait, do they not? Oh, whoops. That was bad. I was convinced I was getting that torch.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Still a 2-2. Snap back to reality. Yada yada yada. Oh man, yeah, go steal all the bows on GSI. How much slower is that? Hello, noob. Welcome in. Oh, thank you.
Ouvre les yeux.
I was talking to Noman. Me too. Noob. Noob man.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Should go play online with the tag like TTV noob man.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te
30
montrera la
seconds,
voie
maybe
après ton
more.
long sommeil.
I see. That's quite a lot. Yeah, it's like the fact that for 1.0, Amiibo is only a 20-second time save. But I guess like now that you can get either Ruby or Topaz, it's still gonna be faster on average. But like, man, that's so fast. Was my grind worth it? Yeah. I mean, what, I got 4 scans for Topaz? Hey, you can't say I wasn't committed, you know? It's just now if I did it, it would be a lot more efficient. I don't even remember how much time I lost to amiibo scanning. Because, like, 4 is not that bad. Probably like 10 seconds. Or like 3 scans, if we assume each one is like 3 seconds, it'd be like 6.
Réveille-toi.
So yeah, I don't know. Overall, that run is really clean.
Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Sure, 44. Yeah, I'm starting to like just wait. So some of the advice that I give for SOR clip is that, like, if you're not getting it, you should just wait until Link is actually in the corner before you start mashing scope. Because I tend to mash scope immediately, and then he might, like, not be in the right position yet, and then just opens scope and falls off. But, yeah, my SOR clips have been pretty inconsistent today, so I'm taking it slower.
Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Yo, what's up, Willie? Are you gonna fight the tree sentinel for an hour before getting torrent? Maybe. Do you think I gotta... Do you think I have what it takes? Depends on the class you choose. Let's see, on average, your arrow smuggle setup splits are around 630. So going straight to the well plus Revali would be 2 to 3 minutes faster. That makes sense. I mean, at the end of the day, yeah, the frame perfect stuff is gonna be fast. The fastest thing you can do until somebody finds a really quick setup. Yeah, we're good. Have a good night, Yonduino.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Oh, good morning, Remisu. Oh,
Prends
remix
cette tablette,
Osio.
Sheikah. Elle te montrera
I just
la
did not
voie
read.
après ton long sommeil.
This is the run? Who knows? I do want to get at least one more past bombs. Okay, I'm not climbing that at the right spot. 101, fine.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Okay, 202. $234. Okay. Yeah, I mean, I don't think optimism in this case is really... I don't think it really matters. Right, given the sheer quantity of runs that I do. Ah, man. Yeah, I'm like fighting my muscle memory to... What is it? to turn like too much, but then sometimes I end up turning not enough. Right there, I didn't turn far enough. It's interesting because I got like a super straight launch. It went right into the wall. Where you would imagine like the farther you turn, the like faster you go, the lower the angle. But in that case, it just
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
yeah, I'd have to like recognize the word, recognize that I've seen the word, and then try to remember
Prends
which
cette
part of the run
tablette,
I
Sheikah.
I remember seeing it to try
Elle
and
te
like
montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
piece together what it means. Which would not be very efficient. That'll be very useful, I'm sure.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Sure, whatever. Yeah, these SOR clips are very slow. You have your game in Russian. I mean, you don't really need to know what the text says for a lot of runs. Something like Hundo, I feel like it's probably worth it to just run in your native language, but otherwise, the only thing you know in Russian is, yes, I am a hedgehog. I think that's great.
Link.
Glitch.
Link,
Not gonna ask why you know that, but
dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
good for you. That's what they taught you. Has it ever helped you in any situation? Your knowledge? $233. That's good. Your grandmother eats bikes. It's a fun fact. Yeah, I guess. True. I don't know how that worked, but we take those. Like, I tried to delay the detonation to see if it would work, and it did, but I don't think it should have. Like, with my knowledge of wind bombs and how different bomb placements and bullet time entries interact, like, that should not have worked, but it did.
Oh.
Oh yeah, it's not really about the because it's about voice acted dialogue or voice acted cutscenes for the most part. So there aren't too many situations
Hey. Oh.
where there's like that big of a difference in timing, right? Like Tears of the Kingdom, it's a matter of text boxes. Hopefully I have enough fish. 3. Wait, did I pick up 3 attack up fish? So I think I'm fine. Okay, surprised that made it. Isn't it such a nice blue, though? Yeah, okay, and it's, like, not even that they're speaking faster. Like, so the only, or the part that is faster in French for this game is when you pick up the Sheikah Slate. You just gain control of Link sooner. It's not even that the voice acting cuts off earlier. I think it's roughly the same. There's just less of a pause after. Yeah, that was not gonna work. I think I waited too long on something. Yeah. Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, it's like, it's weird because it's not even necessarily the length of the voice acting. It's just which one lets you gain control of Link sooner, which, you know, could be influenced by how long the voice acting goes. Like, if you look at the Japanese dub of this game, Zelda talks for a long time. She's yapping, which makes it like really slow for almost every language, or for almost every category. I think Japanese is one of the slowest, and that's because Zelda just talks more. She has like more lines. But yeah, if you look at English versus French, it's kind of just you don't pause for as long.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
That's why all of the different categories have different fastest languages, because it's like,
Prends cette
if it
tablette
was a
Sheikah.
universal, oh,
Elle te
sentences are
montrera
shorter
la voie
in
après ton
a certain
menton.
language, you would expect that to extend to like a lot of things. Or like, for instance, Japanese is generally a faster language for speedruns because the characters are a lot shorter. Things are a lot more compact, so there are like fewer text boxes. That was still a 45? Oh, have a good night, Zam. Thanks for watching. Okay, I should be able to get the torch. Yep. Dude, these slides, or these shield serves, feel so much smoother.
Link.
Which is
Dirige-toi vers
weird,
le lieu que
but
t'indique la
on the
carte
other
de la tablette
Switch,
Sheikah.
so I noticed this when I switched to homebrew for the like first time, that like these slides, I would get like lag. Yo, what's up, prof? I do. It's great. It's such a good feeling. So the understanding that I have achieved for this game is that it's not that I was bad, it's that my console was bad. Because I was losing a ton of time on loads. Because loads in this game are RNG, like they're kind of random, but you know, different switches load at different speeds, and so I went and checked. Turns out, compared to like Trevor and Koroks, I lost a bunch of time on plateau. It was like 6 to 8 seconds, depending on who you're comparing to. And that's just for plateau. I didn't check the rest of it, which that would be interesting as well to see. It's part of your save. Wait, what do you mean? Also, hello, Bite. Yeah, it does suck. It's not great. But, you know, at least I have access to a Switch that has good loads. At least so far, it seems like they're at least much better.
Oh.
Ah, right, yeah. Yeah, because it's like part of the menu. I see. That makes sense.
Hey. Ah. Ah.
Okay, this is gonna be a bad mash. Yeah, that was bad. Okay, 150. Yo, Jess said thank you for the prime. Much appreciated. I knew that was gonna work. Okay, we're saving time. Not that much. But it was also like a 150 entry. How is balanced calculated? Oh, I just made it. The life split's balanced because I think there's a built-in balanced comparison, and it's so bad because it doesn't take into account like anything about the run. So yeah, what I did was I just like, I took it, asked myself, where do I want the time save to be? And then kind of just went from there. It's like, what sounds like a good bomb's time to compare to. Oh, hello, Acelik. How's today? Today is great. Big fan. Sum of all time loss evenly distributed across the splits. Yeah, that might be it. And so you get like... The way it would work with Breath of the Wild is that you'd get like a bunch of time save in, I don't know, Dark Beast or something. Ah, that was almost good. Or, that was good. Almost a gold, though. Puts your time save... on close to best, and tighter splits on really bad ones. Mm-hmm. There we go. Wait, how many fish did I get? Oh, that's the answer. It was four carps. That was a pop quiz. Did anybody answer correctly? Oh, thank you, Onyx. Okay, 106 is not bad. Yeah, this is my handcrafted average. No, my handcrafted balance, though, which is different. It was more of, like, based on vibes, you know? I feel like I did a good job, though. Like, I want Castle Blight's Calamity to not be a big pain. What a scam, man. Oh, I should have saved the replay. Why didn't that work? Was it because I did like the shield surf, the quick fix, facing slightly right? Is that a thing? Because I know where you do the quick fix can kind of affect your launch angle. And what direction you face while doing a quick fix has some effect on ragdoll. Hey, what's up, Arna? Thanks for the good look. Yeah, that was kind of a scam. Classic cryo wind bomb. Oh, Clamperer, thank you for the raid. How was your stream today?
Réveille-toi.
We love cryo wind bomb. Yep,
Réveille-toi.
big fan. Honestly, maybe my least favorite wind bomb. No, that can't be true, but it's like shockingly
Prends cette
close.
tablette, Sheikah.
Because it doesn't work
Elle
until,
te
or it
montrera
works
la voie
until
après ton long sommeil.
you're on pace, and then it just like, it fails so randomly. Like you hit the wall and then you bounce the wrong way. But it's such a simple wind bomb. Playing endgame Hollow Knight stuff. Yo. Hope you're enjoying it. Yeah, Hollow Knight's one of those games where I need to play it eventually. My timeline is... Well, as a joke, I've said once Silk Song gets announced, I'll play it. Or not announced, but, you know, has a release date or something. So many games, so little time. Well, you know, there is a decent amount of time. I'll get there eventually. So never... No, don't say that, Kumi. You gotta have hope.
Link,
Or copium, whichever you prefer.
Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Oh, have a good night, Mikey. $233, that's good. Oh, thank you for the raid, Dinotech. How is it going? Super tired and it's pouring outside. Sounds like a great combination for going to sleep. Okay, that was good. Yeah, I used to listen to a lot of Rain in college. I felt like music would distract me more, where like Rain is just nice. Don't really focus on it, but it helps.
Hey.
Okay, hopefully I only need to eat one fish. Otherwise, it might be a little bit awkward. Oh, I make sure to keep the bugs out of my controller. Keep a tight watch. Have all the grips screwed on. But yeah, BLSS doesn't seem to have too much of a like negative impact on controllers from what I've seen. Okay, we should be fine. Yeah, that's good. Because I think I only have 4 attack up fish, so I need all of those. It'd be a little bit less than ideal if I ended up eating one of them on plateau. Yeah, that was pretty good. Oh, that was really, really bad. Wow. I've never done that before. I've never done that before. I pressed B. Wait. Why did I even do that? That made no sense. And I should have pressed, like, up. To climb up the tree again. Because, like, okay, so what I did was I scope aimed, right? And then I pressed B to put away the scope. But then I pressed B again, I guess? That's a situation where I'd want to see the input display to see what I was thinking. Because, yeah, I just... Oh, man. Yo, what's up, Aster? Everything is going well here, I would say. Thanks for the good luck. But 645 is so good. I mean, 642 is my best, but let's see, that's kind of hard to get. Or it seems like that's pretty hard to get. If I could get like good SOR clips, then it'd be pretty doable, I think. Oh, hello, Cleft. Thank you for the good luck. Okay, at this point, I should probably do like one more pass bombs or something. I don't know. I'm feeling the runs. The speed runs, of course. Can you jump out of scope aim? Like, if you're on the tree, would it be possible to scope aim and then just jump immediately out of that instead of pressing B? I don't remember. I think I've tried this before. At the same time, probably not something I'd want to do in runs, just because
Réveille-toi.
at that point you're still recovering stamina, so it's not like going immediately would even help. You think it works, but also does weird stuff with timings.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah.
Yeah, and with like gyro, it would just be
Elle te montrera la
a
voie
bit of a
après
mess.
ton long sommeil.
Okay, pretty good. Yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna get 43 SORs. I've decided. Today, kind of a slow SOR day, but tomorrow is gonna be a good day.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Okay, let's go 1. $232. Like, that's so good. I have yet to unlock the sub 230 entry time, but I got 231 a few times today, so we're on our way. Sure. Yep, I do.
Oh. Hey. Ah. Ah.
Okay, this is fine. But I need the razor shroom. It's a little awkward. Okay. Well, yeah, that was probably okay. It was like, what, 154? Losing like 10 seconds maybe to gold. Um, but I was like fairly far ahead anyway. Probably could have continued it, but that's all right. Yeah, especially if I get like a good castle. Like earlier, I had some really solid castles.
Réveille-toi.
You'd also done that. Sometimes, it's not necessarily about the time loss.
Réveille-toi.
Yeah, it's about wanting to do better.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
Yeah, mag clip,
Elle te
more like
montrera la
match
voie
clip.
après ton long sommeil.
You want perfection. It's true. Okay, 44. Good. Hey, how's it going, burritos? How have you been enjoying bingo? Oh, I got the torch. Pretty good, nice. I've been doing amazing. Today,
Link. Link.
I've been so, like,
Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte
excited.
de la tablette Sheikah.
It's probably the most excited I've been about doing runs. Yeah. In a long time. Loved it. The 4v4 was hype. Nice. Good to hear. You gotta do a 4v1 against Andre. But yeah, I've just, it feels like I've taken off the training weights. It's that moment where I was running on a console that just loaded slower. Can I teach you the bombs flying trick? I've got a video for you. Oh, thank you, Witch. Too fast. Yeah, if you click on that YouTube link, Tapir will teach you how to BLSS, which is the bomb flying glitch. Unless you're talking about the other bomb flying glitch that I'm about to do right now, in which case... it would be a different command. They're both very fun. Would recommend learning them. Maybe if the goal was to beat the game. I remember doing Breath of the Wild bingo. I would sometimes just do whatever line included beat the game. Because I was better at that than most people. Hello, you gators. Finally finished your key item only shrine video. Congrats. Is it out yet, or when is it coming out, you think? Do I need to go watch it? It's uploaded? Sick. That was the wrong one to pick up first, but it's probably fine. Yep, that's not it. Do I even continue this? No. Yeah, that was gonna be a 158. It'd be fun, because yeah, I remember getting updates throughout on your progress. Go see the full journey. What's next in the plans? There's actually been a discovery. Oh. The final impossible shrine. I hope you succeed.
Réveille-toi. Prends cette tablette
Limcube
Sheikah.
all shrines, no runes video.
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long
Shoutouts
chemin.
to the time where Yeah, Lim in working on all shrines. Yeah, I guess it was probably runeless all shrines, right? Yeah. Figured out how to do ISCW and totally broke all shrine speedruns. Like, I wouldn't have. Is that true? I probably wouldn't have run all shrines if that wasn't discovered. Yeah, it was like there's a group of people kind of looking into how to do every single shrine without runes. And so, yeah, in the process of looking for it, they found something that would let you enter like any shrine. Well, I mean, shrine coordinate warps were already a thing, but it wasn't as easy to do it on certain shrines based on like how close they were to another shrine. They'd have to be close enough to make it work. But then, yeah, they figured out a way to do it from any shrine. Well, not any shrine, but like any distance, I guess,
Réveille-toi.
between shrines. You'd be able to store the elevator activation and then use it to enter a shrine that was like underground.
Prends cette tablette,
You
Sheikah.
have to wrong warp into the
Elle
last
te montrera la voie
impossible
après ton long
shrine
sommeil.
by beating GSI with only 4 autosaves. Beating GSI with only 4 autosaves? How do you accomplish that? Yeah, it's kind of interesting. Any percent speedruns for this game are short enough that... Oh, whoops. Oh, just kidding. Not whoops. I actually got the pre-turn. But yeah, I think we only get like 4 autosaves for the whole run, which is definitely a change from when I started running. I think it's like SOR, SOR Cryo. Maybe it's SOR Bombs, Cryo, and Castle. You have to beat GSI on wings for most of it. Oh, that makes sense, yeah.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
That sounds like it'll be tough. I hate the frame perfect backflip. I would just mash and pray. Okay, 232. Yeah, that actually wasn't that good of a slide. Because it was a 200 grabbing the chest. So I would expect to get like a 231. That's fine. Not even key items. breaking the game entirely. At what point are you gonna do it without Raru's arm? I was kind of hoping that would work. No, I meant like without Link's arm being changed. No surgery required. No amputation. You don't think that's possible? Yeah, probably not.
Ouvre les yeux.
Yeah, it's mostly Mifa and Toon Link. For this game. And if you're playing Tears of the Kingdom, it'd be a different set of amiibo.
Réveille-toi.
Is it possible to...
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah.
I was just thinking about,
Elle te montrera la voie
was it like in the intro? Right, you don't have Raru's arm yet. But you're also wearing the champion's tunic. So you can't really see. It's like, is there a glitch that you can like transfer armor to other saves? Because I know you can like transfer in... Oh, that was pretty good. Like weapons and shields and stuff. You wish, but no. Ah, rip. Not yet. See, beating Tears of the Kingdom without runes is possible. Someone did it a while ago, but it's pretty boring. I see. Use glitches to get infinite height on shrines and solve everything. Yeah, okay. That makes sense.
Link. Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Yeah, come on, Moist. You didn't make it entertaining enough. I was falling asleep. Okay, 233. Yeah, I definitely think the Earthquake manual would make for an interesting, well, maybe not interesting, but a funny challenge. Doing stuff with only that. Like, I remember doing like all Gleoks. I had an idea of trying to fight a Gleok with only the Earthquake. but it sounds miserable. A 2-frame window? It's like 1 or 2. Yeah. Very tight timing. Wow. So I usually just throw it. Sounds good. Would that even be possible without sages or some other weapon?
Oh.
So I think it should be possible technically. Is it doable? Maybe not. But you can use Earthquake on a wing midair. So you just drop a wing down, fly close to it, and then deal like 2 damage. And it literally is like 2 damage per hit. With attack up, you can probably get a bit faster. Oh, that was the wrong one to pick up first. $150? Come on, dude. I'm just messing up. Yeah, exactly, Arna. It's just like easier menuing. Only used Ultra Hand once and auto build once. Must be a pretty important auto build. Okay, we should be fine here. I'm just gonna... Oh, okay, I should have just gone with it. Yeah. Okay, but like, why did that not deal any damage? Well, I don't know. It just doesn't make any sense. I hit the thing, didn't take damage while hitting the pillar, and then hit the ground. But I guess hitting the pillar, I hit it in such a way that it, like, reset my height, my grounded height coordinate. So I didn't take damage. The slide is faster than the BTB. Yeah, it's... I think it is. Like, the only way to get the BTB to be faster is if you... if you get, like, a perfect wind bomb, and then... I know BTT... So Pico was actually saying that the cryo entry that I had was only 3 seconds off the BTB. from the BTT. Maybe.
Prends cette
That doesn't
tablette,
sound quite right
Sheikah.
though.
Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
But yeah, that was like actually really close. Is to get through Boss Rush. Makes sense. Do you want to take damage? No, but I want to know whether or not I'm taking damage. I think ideally I take damage. So with that spot, I do the wind bomb, and if I land, or like depending on the angle of the wind bomb launch, if I land on the ground, I will die. If I get a low launch, then I can survive it. Or if I hit like a wall and take damage when I hit the wall, then I won't take damage when I hit the ground. And so, yeah, essentially anytime I hit like the pillar above the monk or a wall behind the monk, I want to take damage. Because if I don't, then when I hit the ground, it's very likely that I'll die. But then you've got situations where it looks like you should take damage, and then you just don't. And so that's where I end up like eating a fish when I didn't have to. And in that case, because the bass was not in the first slot, I ended up eating the wrong one. And I need 3 carps for attack of food later. But yeah, the BLSS is so fast.
Réveille-toi.
What is it? I think I got like a 105 entry earlier in my gold,
Réveille-toi.
and it was like a low 105. The negative 150 is the offset. It's so that I
Prends
can
cette tablette,
start the
Sheikah.
timer and then
Elle
be
te
actually
montrera
controlling
la voie
Link
après ton long sommeil.
when time starts. Because otherwise, I'd have to start the timer as I'm like doing the inputs to start the run. So it's just kind of convenient. Okay, pretty good. Yeah, I feel like... Okay, now I think the next time I get through bombs is probably it. Because yeah, it's gonna be like 2 a.m. pretty soon. Well, thank you, Arm Stinky. Hello, Fondue. Had a short stream. Yeah, because I was sad. But I figured it out.
Ouvre les yeux.
And now I'm happy again. Yeah, I golded stasis by like
Réveille-toi.
1.6 seconds, apparently.
Réveille-toi.
And then I golded cryo by half a second as well.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera
I got like
la
a
voie après ton long sommeil.
2345 or something. 45 or 46 earlier. First completed run with the... like, with a different switch. 2 golds. 1251 plat. Okay. Wait, so if I check... If I 217.5, which, yeah, it's still not on the same level for stasis gold as I would want, but I think my gold didn't have a ragdoll cancel on either wind bomb. Is homebrew actually not the way? I think we'll have to like wait and see, maybe. So I know that Korox was testing his loads on plateau between his homebrewed and non-homebrewed switch, or switches. And the loads were the same on plateau. But then he was having like faster loads in castle with his non-homebrewed switch.
Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
But yeah, I'm not sure if homebrew is actually like just
Prends cette
slower.
tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
But at least for me, I think it makes sense to switch off homebrew. Still use it for like practice though. Yeah, I was gonna say there's no way this doesn't work. Yeah, 101.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Why don't we grab Pepper anymore? Because I'm doing amiibo any percent, so I was using the Pepper to heal Link up, but if you're scanning amiibo for fish, there's really no need. It would just be unnecessary. 'Cause yeah, you just eat fish and then you're good. Where no amiibo speedruns, the only food you'd be able to get is, you know, the pepper. And it's worth it to pick up the pepper. Alright, so this is the last run. No matter what, even though I get scammed on fish. One scan. I've got my doubts, but that would be cool. Whoa, matter what?
Hey.
No, there's no way. Yeah, no, that's a one more. Come on. Come on. Let's be serious about this. Okay, so I have climbed up the wall and then jumped forward off of the wall. That has happened. But to climb up the wall and to like climb across the wall with a jump, come on. That's goofy.
Ouvre les yeux. Réveille-toi. Réveille-toi.
Oh yeah, no, I deleted that a long time ago.
Prends cette tablette, Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Yeah, honestly, that one was just because I don't like doing no resets. At least like on command. Because if I don't know, if I have a bad run or if I make a mistake here and there that I just don't want to continue the run, then I don't like having to do that. Especially if I'm playing well. It's like too many people have too many points. It's okay. At least VIP has inflation. Every time it gets redeemed, it goes up. Forced to finish the last run. Right. I know some people have an end stream point redemption
Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Okay, 233. Like, you gotta make it past bombs, right? It is actually like 2 a.m. Okay. I'm changing it. Last one inside of bombs. From now on. So I can reset until I get into the bomb shrine. How much longer will stream be? Hopefully 20 minutes. Until eventually I'm just like, okay, last one. Last one no matter what. Even if I fail pressing A on the Sheik is late.
Réveille-toi.
Yo, it's up top. 4:50 a.m. Yup.
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera la voie après ton long sommeil.
Next to the chest. Yeah, it's like what, bombs entry, and then getting the treasure chest, and then I don't know, maybe getting the shield or something. Not too bad. That's it. I missed it. I missed the torch. We go again.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Yeah, I've thought about like changing my stream schedule, but I guess I haven't really thought about pushing it back because I already go to sleep pretty late. It's more like, or it would be more likely. Okay, come on. I didn't make it into bombs, so we're fine. But yeah, I guess it would be streaming earlier would be a play. But yeah, I don't know how many people actually try to manage like streaming to different audiences. Right, because if I stream earlier and end stream earlier, then the people who pop in at the end of streams when they wake up would not be able to watch.
Réveille-toi.
Oh, morning, Velis. Thank you.
Réveille-toi.
Isn't that why the VODs channel exists? I mean, kind of. Really, the VODs channel...
Prends cette tablette Sheikah. Elle te montrera
It's
la
for,
voie
like,
après ton long sommeil.
archiving footage. That's, like, the main reason for me, I would say. Which does mean that, you know, people can go and watch the VOD later if they want to, or if they, like, miss the stream, but... I feel like it's more for, like, looking back on old runs. If I ever need footage from old runs or something. Just Valley. Sounds good. Valley's World. That makes sense.
Link. 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 Dirige-toi vers le lieu que t'indique la carte de la tablette Sheikah.
Okay, 202. Oh, hello, Auberge. Auberge? I don't know. I'm mispronouncing that, but welcome in. Hey, what's up, JM? Yeah, exactly. That, like, I think my current time slot does, yeah, it extends long enough that Europeans can watch in the morning. But yeah, I guess it could be like if I started earlier, I guess some days I could just stream longer. Okay, we're good. I was a little worried with that launch angle, but the last run of the night can continue. Honestly, last run did get pretty decent scans. It was like third scan, but I got a bunch of fish. I should check if my mashing is slow. Because I feel like today I've been mashing kind of like as fast as I can. But yeah, it's like, is the mashing the problem or something else? No way. No way I just picked that up. Whatever. That was behind me. I don't think I needed that many pyrobass anyway. So I definitely don't think I should have picked up all of them. Okay, 154. Yeah, that's not great. Especially I need Razor Shroom. But it's all good. Yo, what's up, Paradox? Okay, this is bad. Yeah, plus 10 there. I wonder how much time that loses. Like, sometimes I don't stand close enough to the edge to get bullet time. And the reason I do that is because I'm trying to... That was still a 59. Sure, I guess. Crazy what good loads will do. But yeah, basically, if I stand too close to the edge, or like right at the edge, and I try to do the wind bomb, there's a higher chance I hit the wall in front of me. Oh, hello, True Fantasy. Do you know the tree's position exactly? No, I always look. There's certain things where I've thought about like trying to have minimap cues. Oh, that's a gold. Yep, T12. Oh, 0.0 though. So I'll have to probably retime that. Ain't no way. What fish was that? That was 1, 1, 2, and Wolfin for the road. I think. Wanna wait. Yeah, it's a Blaws junkie. How's practice? It's actually going really well. Yeah. Okay, this one's probably going to save a little bit of time, but like not much. Let's see, 3. Oh, actually, it might not save time. Yeah, this one's probably not fast enough. Like this run. That was close. Go eat. Yeah, losing time there is not great. 11:28. I mean, with a really good glider, I guess I could probably make it work. I have switched up my comparisons, so 11:28, 7 seconds ahead of actual PB. I'm just running against balanced. But yeah, I have to get the Razor Shroom, so I'd have to get a really, really clean castle.
Hey.
Okay, 113. I mean, that should be pretty good. How chalked is it? What does that mean? 1300. That's actually pretty good. Save time. Is it super annoying to run against? Yeah, it was getting really annoying. Cause like, I was doing runs and like I would get really far ahead, but then I would just lose so much time at the end. And it's not just like Calamity, it's also Blights as well. But it turns out the solution is to just use a switch that has faster loads. And then you don't really have to worry nearly as much. Cute little speed cap for the fans, you know. Still a 114 entry. Interesting. I feel like maybe I've heard chalked before. Okay, 205, so I'm losing like a decent chunk. Insane menuing. Okay. Really? No. Huh? Okay, well the midair was fine, whatever, I messed up. I went to blow up the bomb because I was like, okay, the bomb is definitely still gonna be there, and then as soon as I went, like it was there, I checked, and then as soon as I try to blow it up, it despawns. Oh, rip. Why do you throw the arrow? Oh, because I want a certain number of arrows when I enter Blights. That way I use them all before I start the Calamity fight. So that when I pick up the bomb arrows in Calamity, it auto-equips. So you don't have to do any menuing. And so when you do it right there, or when you use an arrow right there, it doesn't lose you any time because you're waiting for the bomb to respawn. Does that work? I feel like it might. Yeah, it is a very, very slight optimization. But I think it's less about how much time it saves and more about how comfortable it makes Calamity. Essentially, adding in an extra like menu can kind of mess things up. Your like timing, right? Because if I have to do this instead of just doing that, maybe I miss a headshot. So I like to keep Calamity kind of as consistent as possible. Because yeah, it's a split that can pretty easily go wrong. But, wow. That was still a decent run at the end. I mean, 12:43. Yeah, I lost a bunch of time, but it's alright. You're getting the glitchy head movement from Windblight, but it's not killing. There's like a sliver of health left. That means you're like either slightly missing it or... Yeah, I guess that means you're very slightly missing it. I assume you're using Demon setup? The one where you like jump on the wall, do a few jumps. Yeah, so then your position should be the same every time, and it's just like your aim is a little bit off. But I don't know exactly what causes the skip to not hit like every single shot. Like I don't know if it's too low or something. Let's see. Maybe like there. That would be too low, I think. Oh yeah, that one just didn't hit. But yeah, it's just your aim is slightly off. All right. Ow. Jeez. Yo, I've streamed late enough that... but yeah, I've streamed late enough that I can send you guys over to... Wait. Waterproof teabag. How do you know if it doesn't hit? Oh, if Windblight's head is not moving at all, then you missed. Like, it might hit a little bit at the end, but you're not gonna get enough hits to kill it. Like, at all. So right there, yeah, I could see that Windblight was, like, still. But yeah, thank you all for watching. Today was great. I'll be back tomorrow with some more really solid attempts, because I know it's wrong, and I have fixed it. So it's just about doing more runs, getting more golds. I mean, what, 3 golds today? So pretty solid stuff. Teabag is currently speedrunning Spyro. So give him some good luck. He's always a chill guy to watch. So yeah, give him some good luck. I'll catch you guys next time. Bye.